The Battle of Los Angeles, Chapter 1. The Edge of the Western World. Let yourself settle in. Take a moment to breathe. I want you to close your eyes and imagine a different time. The world is vast, and the edges of the map feel further away than they do today. We are going back to the winter of 1942. Imagine you are standing on the edge of the North American continent. You are in Los Angeles, California. But this is not the Los Angeles of endless freeways and glass skyscrapers that you might know. This is a city of stucco bungalows, sprawling orange groves that scent the night air with citrus, and neon signs that hum quietly in the dusk. It is a city that feels like it is waiting for something. If you walk down the Santa Monica Pier, the wood planks creaking softly beneath your shoes, you can smell the salt in the air. The Pacific Ocean stretches out before you, vast and impossibly dark. It is a body of water that goes on forever, rolling and churning against the pilings. Usually the ocean feels like a promise. It feels like freedom. But in 1942, the ocean feels like a wall, or perhaps a door that has been left slightly ajar. You see, the world is at war. It has been only 2 months since the attack on Pearl Harbor. The radio in every living room, sitting on the mantelpiece like a member of the family, speaks of battles in distant places. But here on the coast, the war is a ghost. It is a shadow that hasn't quite touched the ground yet, but everyone can feel it hovering. The sun begins to set. Watch the light fade from gold to a deep, bruised purple. The palm trees become silhouettes against the twilight. As the light dies, the city undergoes a ritual. It is a slow, deliberate ritual performed in every house, in every apartment, and in every shop. It is time for the blackout. Imagine yourself inside a small house in the Hollywood Hills. The windows are open, letting in the cool February breeze. You can hear the distant sound of a car engine, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of dry leaves. But inside, the lights are low. You walk to the window. You take the heavy, black fabric curtains that have been sewn specifically for this purpose, and you draw them shut. You check the edges. You make sure not a single sliver of yellow incandescent light can escape into the yard. You use tape to seal the cracks. It feels intimate, doesn't it? It feels like the whole city is tucking itself in, hiding under the covers. There is a strange comfort in it. When you walk outside after dark, the city is invisible. There are no street lights. The headlights of the cars are painted black, save for a tiny slit of light to guide the way, looking like cat eyes moving through the fog. Los Angeles has become a city of listeners. Because you cannot see, you must listen. You listen to the hum of the refrigerator. You listen to the wind moving through the canyons. And most of all, you listen to the sky. Everyone is looking up. The sky over Los Angeles in 1942 is clear and deep. Without the light pollution of the city, the stars are brilliant. They look like diamond dust scattered across black velvet. The Milky Way is a river of white smoke. But when people look up, they aren't admiring the constellations. They are searching. They are looking for movement that doesn't belong. They are looking for shadows that block out the stars. The military calls it war nerves. It is a psychological state, a collective anxiety that hums through the population like electricity through a wire. When you are tired, when you are anxious, your mind begins to play tricks on you. You see shapes in the clouds. You hear engines in the wind. General John DeWitt, WITT, the man in charge of the Western Defense Command, believes the enemy is everywhere. He believes they are signaling from the shore. He believes they are hiding in the mountains. This paranoia is contagious. It spreads from the generals in their bunkers to the families sitting around their dinner tables. Imagine sitting at that table now. The room is dim. The meal is simple. The conversation is hushed. "Did you hear that?" someone whispers. "Hear what?" you ask. "A plane. I thought I heard a plane." You both stop eating. You freeze, your fork hovering halfway to your mouth. You strain your ears against the silence of the house. You hear the refrigerator hum. You hear a dog bark 3 streets over. You hear the settling of the house's wooden frame, but you don't hear a plane. It was nothing, you say softly. Just the wind, but your heart is beating a little faster now. The adrenaline is there, a low-level current running through your veins. This is the atmosphere of Los Angeles in February 1942. It is a city holding its breath. It is a city waiting for the other shoe to drop. And the ocean, that vast dark expanse to the west, keeps rolling in, wave after wave, hiding whatever secrets lie beneath the surface. To understand what happened on that strange night in late February, we have to understand the silence that came before it. We have to understand how quiet the world can be when 4 million people are listening for the same thing. There is a specific kind of beauty in this fear. It brings people together. Neighbors speak more softly to one another. Strangers share knowing glances at the grocery store. There is a sense of shared destiny. If the sky falls, it falls on everyone. Let's take a walk down Wilshire Boulevard in the dark. The wide street is empty. The Art Deco buildings loom like ancient temples in the moonlight. The Bullock's Wilshire building with its copper tower stands silent. Without the traffic, the air smells sweeter. You can smell the sagebrush from the hills. You can smell the jasmine blooming on the garden walls. It is peaceful. If you didn't know about the war, you might think the city was simply sleeping. You might think it was a paradise at rest. But on the coast, near Santa Barbara, something has already broken the peace. Just a day before the main event, something rose out of the water. It was a metal whale, a dark, sleek shape that broke the surface of the Pacific just as the sun was going down. This is where our mystery truly begins, not in the sky but in the water. The Japanese submarine, the I-17, was a large vessel. It was over 300 feet long. It carried a crew of brave and frightened men, thousands of miles from home. Captain Nishino stood on the deck of his submarine. He looked at the California coast. Through his binoculars, he could see the cars driving along the Pacific Coast Highway. He could see the lights of the Elwood oil field. It must have seemed surreal to him, to be so close to the enemy's home, to see them living their lives unaware that he was watching. He gave the order. The deck gun turned. This was not a massive invasion force. It was a single ship, a single gun. But in the psychology of the moment, it was the beginning of the end. The shells whistled through the air. They landed with dull thuds. Some exploded, some did not. They destroyed a derrick, they damaged a pier, but mostly they destroyed the illusion of safety. The war was no longer across the ocean. The war was here. It was knocking on the front door. News of the shelling traveled fast. By the next morning, the newspapers were screaming. The radio announcers spoke with grim urgency. The mainland has been attacked. The enemy is off the coast. In Los Angeles, the tension pulled tight like a violin string. People checked their blackout curtains again. They stocked up on canned goods. They looked at the sky with even more suspicion. The military moved assets into position. Anti-aircraft guns, large mechanical beasts with long barrels pointing upward, were stationed in parks and empty lots. Imagine seeing that in your neighborhood. You walk your dog in the morning, and there, next to the swing set where the children play, is a 3-inch gun manned by soldiers in wool uniforms. Sandbags are piled high around it. It brings the reality of the conflict into the domestic space. It merges the battlefield with the backyard. The soldiers are young. They look tired. They are scanning the horizon just like you are. They are smoking cigarettes, the smoke drifting up into the blue sky. They are waiting, and the sky waits with them. The weather on the 24th of February is mild. There are clouds, but they are high and thin. As the afternoon wears on, the shadows lengthen. The sun begins its descent toward the ocean, turning the water into a sheet of hammered copper. The mood in the city shifts. People hurry home from work. The traffic on the boulevards is heavy, then it thins out as the curfew approaches. Mothers call their children inside. "Come in," they say. "It's getting dark. Doors are locked. Windows are covered." The city prepares for another night of blindness. But this night feels different. Can you feel it? There is a static charge in the air. The birds seem to have gone quiet earlier than usual. The dogs are restless, pacing by the doors. Deep in the command centers, the telephone lines are buzzing. Reports are coming in. Someone saw a flare over the shipyards. Someone saw blinking lights near the defense plants. Are they spies? Are they signals to the submarines lurking offshore? Naval intelligence sends out a warning. An attack could be imminent within the next 10 hours. The message is typed out. It is handed from officer to officer. The paper rustles in the quiet room. Yellow alert. The status board changes. The pilots at the airfields are told to be ready. They sit in their ready rooms playing cards, drinking coffee that has gone cold. They are wearing their flight jackets. Their helmets are on the table. They are waiting for the phone to ring. And you, in your home in the Hollywood Hills or in the valley or down by the beach, you don't know any of this yet. You are simply sitting in your armchair, reading a book by the dim light of a single shaded lamp. You are listening to the radio. Perhaps you are listening to a comedy program or some big band music. The sound is tinny and warm, but outside your walls, the great machinery of war is turning its gears. The radar dishes are spinning, sweeping the invisible air with radio waves. Sweep, 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 searching for a ghost. And soon, very soon, they will find one. Let's pause here for a moment. Let the image of that darkening city settle in your mind. The millions of people, safe in their homes, yet fragile. The darkness pressing against the windows. The silence before the storm is always the loudest part of the storm. It gives you time to think, time to worry. In the next chapter, we will walk out into that night. We will stand next to the radar operators as they see the impossible. We will feel the pulse of the city as the sirens begin their mournful song. But for now, just listen to the quiet. The ocean is rolling in. The stars are coming out. And Los Angeles is sleeping with one eye open. Let's drift north now. Leave the sprawling grid of Los Angeles behind for a moment. Let's travel up the winding ribbon of the Pacific Coast Highway. We are going about 100 miles north to a place where the coastline curves inward, creating a gentle shelf against the sea. This is the Elwood oil field. In 1942, this landscape looked like a forest of skeletons. Wooden oil derricks rose out of the scrub brush, towering over the cliffs. They extended out into the water on long, spindly piers. It was an industrial cathedral. The air here was heavy and thick. It didn't smell like orange blossoms or sage. It smelled of crude oil, brine, and wet wood. It is dusk on February 23, 1942. Just 2 days before the Great Air Raid. The sun has dipped below the horizon, but the sky is still holding onto that deep, resonant blue. The workers on the night shift are starting their routines. The machinery chugs rhythmically. Thump, hiss, thump, hiss. It is the heartbeat of the war effort. This oil fuels the ships, it fuels the planes, it fuels the tanks fighting in deserts thousands of miles away. But beneath the surface of the water, something is moving against the current. Imagine the silence underwater. It is a muffled, pressurized world. Inside the Japanese submarine I-17, the air is hot and stagnant. It smells of diesel fumes, sweat, and cooked rice. Commander Kozo Nishino is looking through the periscope. He knows this place. There is a legend, a story that has been passed down, perhaps true, perhaps not, that Nishino had actually visited this exact oil field years before the war. They say he was a captain on a civilian tanker in the late 1930s. They say he walked along the wharf at Elwood. Imagine that. A man looking through a periscope at a shoreline he once walked upon as a guest. He knows where the storage tanks are. He knows where the pumps are. He is not looking at a strange land. He is looking at a memory. Surface, he says. The command is quiet. There is no shouting. The ballast tanks are blown. The water churns and foams white around the dark steel hull. The I-17 breaks the surface. Water cascades off the deck, shimmering in the twilight. The hatch spins open. The fresh, cold air of the Pacific rushes into the stale cabin. Men scramble up the ladder. They move with practiced efficiency. They are not wearing heavy armor. They are wearing simple uniforms, damp from the humidity of the sub. They race to the deck gun. It is a 5.5-inch gun. It looks small against the vastness of the ocean, but it is deadly serious. On the shore, everything is still. The oil field workers don't see the submarine yet. Why would they? The idea of an enemy ship surfacing right off the beach in plain view of the highway is absurd. It is impossible. It is 7 o'clock in the evening. President Roosevelt is likely having dinner in the White House. Families in Santa Barbara are tuning their radios to listen to the fireside chats. And then the first shot is fired. Boom. The sound is not a sharp crack. It is a dull, heavy thump that rolls over the water like thunder. The shell whistles through the air. It takes a few seconds to travel the distance. It lands near a rigging shed. Dirt and wood explode into the air. The workers on the pier stop. They look at each other. Was that an equipment failure? Did a boiler explode? Then comes the second shot, and the third. Now panic sets in, but it is a slow, confused panic. Turn off the lights, someone screams. But the lights at the oil field are not on a single switch. It takes time to darken a facility like that. The submarine sits there, bobbing gently in the swells, firing leisurely. They fire for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is a long time. Count to 60 in your head. Now do it 20 times. That is how long the enemy sat off the coast of California, shelling the mainland. They aimed for the aviation fuel tanks. They aimed for the piers. One shell overshot the oil field entirely. It flew inland, whistling over the coastal hills, and landed on a cattle ranch. It dug a crater in the soft earth, but it didn't explode. Later, a rancher would find it, a piece of cold steel from the other side of the world, buried in his pasture. By the time the planes from the nearby airbase were scrambled, the I-17 was gone. It slipped back under the black water, disappearing into the vastness of the Pacific. The damage was physical, a destroyed derrick, a damaged pier, but the psychological wound was massive. This is the key to understanding the Battle of Los Angeles. The attack on Elwood proved that the border was porous. The ocean was no longer a wall. It was a highway, and the enemy was driving on it. Let's follow the news as it travels south. News moves differently in 1942. It doesn't flash on a smartphone screen. It travels by telephone wire. It travels by teletype. It travels by word of mouth. And as it travels, it changes. By the time the story reaches Los Angeles, an hour later, the single submarine has become a wolf pack. The minor damage has become, the coast is in flames. The fear is electric. It jumps from person to person. Now bring yourself back to the city. It is the next morning, Tuesday, February 24th. The sun comes up over the San Gabriel Mountains, illuminating a city that is tired. People go to work, but their eyes are scanning the horizon. You are standing at a bus stop on Sunset Boulevard. The woman next to you is holding a newspaper. The headline is bold and black. Submarine SHELLS Southland. Can you believe it? She asks you. She clutches her purse tighter. They were right there, just offshore. You nod, you look at the sky. It is a bright, cloudless blue, but it feels fragile. There is a rumor going around that the Japanese planes are going to bomb the aircraft factories today. Douglas Aircraft, Lockheed, Vega. These factories are the prizes. They are building the bombers that will win the war. Everyone knows they are targets. The workers at the factories know it too. Imagine working on the assembly line at the Douglas plant in Santa Monica. You are riveting a wing section. The metal is cool under your hands. The noise of the factory is deafening, hammers, drills, shouting. But every time the factory whistle blows, your heart skips a beat. Is it the lunch whistle? Or is it the air raid siren? To hide these factories, the Army Corps of Engineers has done something incredible, something almost magical. They have built fake neighborhoods on top of the factory roofs. If you were a pilot flying over the factory, looking down, you wouldn't see a massive industrial roof. You would see a suburb. You would see fake streets made of painted canvas. You would see fake houses made of plywood. You would see fake trees made of chicken wire and feathers. They even have people go up there to move the fake cars around, just to make it look realistic from the air. It is a theater set built to fool the gods. But on the ground, underneath the camouflage, the fear is real. As the sun begins to set on February 24th, the tension reaches a breaking point. Naval intelligence intercepts messages, strange signals. They believe the enemy fleet is moving south from Elwood. They believe the attack is scheduled for tonight. The orders go out. Prepare for imminent action. Civilian defense wardens put on their white helmets. They grab their flashlights and their whistles. These are your neighbors: the butcher, the schoolteacher, the retired mechanic. Tonight they are the guardians of the darkness. They walk the streets, checking every house. Put that light out, they shout at a window with a crack in the curtain. Smother that cigarette, they tell a man walking his dog. The city is holding its breath again. But this time the lungs are burning. The weight is excruciating. You are back in your home. You have decided not to go to sleep early. You are sitting in the kitchen with a cup of tea. The tea is warm in your hands. The ceramic mug feels solid. You look at the clock on the wall. The second hand sweeps around. Tick, tick, tick. It is almost midnight. Outside, the marine layer is rolling in. The fog is beginning to hug the coastline, creeping into the basins. Fog is tricky. It amplifies light. It distorts sound. If you shine a searchlight into the fog, the beam stops abruptly. It creates a wall of white. If a plane flies above the fog, the sound echoes and bounces, making it impossible to tell where it is coming from. The stage is set. The actors are in place. The gunners are in their pits, their fingers hovering near the triggers. The radar operators are staring at their green screens, watching the glowing sweep of the line. The civilians are in their beds or huddled by their radios, waiting for the signal. And somewhere out there in the dark, something triggers the alarm. Was it a plane? Was it a weather balloon drifting silently on the breeze? Was it a flock of sea birds, their wings catching the moonlight? Or was it simply the manifestation of a million people's nightmares projected onto the screen of the sky? In the next chapter, we will hear the sound that changed everything. We will hear the siren. We will stand in the backyard as the lights go out completely and the battle of Lowe's angels begins. But for now, finish your tea, turn off the lamp, and listen to the wind rattling the window pane. It sounds like a whisper, doesn't it? Chapter 2. The Radar's Ghost. Leave the warmth of your house now. Leave the tea mug on the table. Leave the radio humming in the corner. We are going to travel to a place where the silence is different. It is not the comfortable silence of a sleeping neighborhood. It is the tense, electric silence of a listening post. Imagine a small, concrete bunker perched on the edge of a cliff in the Santa Monica Mountains. The Pacific Ocean is a black void below, crashing rhythmically against the rocks. Inside the bunker, the air smells of ozone and hot vacuum tubes. It smells of stale coffee and cigarettes. It is chilly. The damp sea air finds its way through the ventilation grates. There are men inside this room. They are young men, mostly in their early 20s. They are wearing heavy wool coats over their uniforms. They are the eyes and ears of the coast. They are staring at a machine that looks like a piece of science fiction. It is called the SCR-268, SCR-268. To you and me, looking back from the future, it would look primitive. It has a large antenna array outside that looks like a giant metal bedspring mattress standing on its side. It rotates slowly, scanning the sky. Inside, there is an oscilloscope, a small, round screen glowing with a pale, eerie green light. A line of light sweeps across the screen, round and round. Like the second hand of a clock, but much faster. It traces the invisible. If the radio waves hit something, a plane, a ship, a mountain, they bounce back. They appear as a spike on the green line, a blip. It is 1:30 in the morning. February 25th, 1942. The city of Los Angeles is asleep. The traffic has stopped. The lights are out. The millions of dreamers are drifting in the dark. But in the radar room, eyes are wide open. Private First Class Blank, let's call him heavy-eyed and anxious, is watching the screen. The hum of the electronics is hypnotic. It is a steady drone. HMMMMMMMMM. And then a spike, the line jumps, he blinks. He leans forward, his face bathed in the green glow. I have a target, he says. His voice is steady, but his pulse initiates a slow climb. The other men in the room freeze. Where? The sergeant asks. 120 miles west, the private says. Azimuth 180. They check the charts. They check the schedules. There are no American patrols scheduled in that sector. There are no commercial flights. The Pan-American clipper ships are all grounded for the night. The ocean at that distance is empty, or it should be. The blip flickers. It is faint, then strong. It is moving, and it is moving fast. Track it, the sergeant orders. The large metal bedspring outside groans as it turns, locking onto the signal. The gears grind in the salt air. The target is closing the distance. 100 miles, 80 miles. It is heading straight for the coast. Straight for the sprawling, sleeping city. Now imagine the phone lines waking up. The signal travels from the cold bunker on the cliff to the information center in downtown Los Angeles. This room is different. It is a large hall bustling with quiet activity. There is a massive map of the coastline laid out on a table. Women, wearing headsets, stand around the table like croupiers at a casino. They hold long wooden sticks with markers on the end. They are the plotters. When a report comes in, they move the markers on the map. They track the ghost. A call comes in. Unidentified aircraft, 80 miles out. The woman with the headset nods. She reaches out with her stick. She places a marker on the blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Then another call, 70 miles. She pushes the marker closer to the land. The officers on the balcony above are watching. They are smoking nervously. The smoke drifts up into the rafters. Is this it? Is this the invasion they have been warned about for 2 months? Remember the submarine. Remember the shelling of the oil field just 48 hours ago. It all feels connected. First the sea, now the air. But here is where the story becomes a ghost story. Radar in 1942 is not perfect. It is a new magic. It is temperamental. Sometimes the weather can trick it. A temperature inversion, a layer of warm air sitting on top of cold air, can bend the radar waves. It can make them bounce off the ocean surface and look like a solid object in the sky. Sometimes a dense flock of seabirds can look like a bomber squadron. And sometimes sheer anxiety can make a man see a blip that isn't really there. But the men in the bunker don't know this. They trust their machine. And the machine says something is coming. Target is 25 miles out, the voice on the phone says. Speed is. Wait. The operator hesitates. The target has vanished. The blip is gone. Green line sweeps uninterrupted. The room goes silent. Did it turn back? Did it dive? Or was it never there at all? This is the confusion of the fog of war. It is not a physical fog, but a mental one. Information is fragmented. It contradicts itself. While the radar men are scratching their heads, reports start coming in from the ground. And this is where the panic begins to take a physical shape. People on the ground, civilian spotters, air raid wardens, are reporting lights. "I see flares," a voice says over the phone line. "Red flares near the defense plants. I see blinking lights in the Hollywood Hills. Someone is signaling. Paranoia is a powerful lens. If you stare at a dark hillside long enough expecting to see a spy with a flashlight, your brain will eventually create one for you. A car turning a corner miles away becomes a signal. A star twinkling through the haze becomes a flare. But the military cannot take that chance. They have to assume the worst." At 2:15 in the morning, the decision is made. The controller at the information center picks up the red phone. "Yellow alert is now blue alert," he says. "Blue alert means the attack is probable. It means get ready." At the anti-aircraft batteries stationed around the city, in the parks, in the schoolyards, along the beaches, the phones ring. Soldiers jolt awake in their tents. They pull on their helmets. They rush to the guns. Can you hear the sound of boots running on gravel? Can you hear the metallic clack-clack of ammunition boxes being opened? The 3-inch guns are cranked upward. The long barrels point toward the black sky, hungry for a target. Searchlight crews strip the canvas covers off their lights. These are massive lights, 60 inches across. They are capable of throwing a beam of light 5 miles into the air. But they keep them dark. Not yet. Wait for the command. The city is still silent. The residents are still sleeping. They don't know that thousands of men are aiming weapons at the sky above their roofs. At 2:21 in the morning, the radar picks up the target again, or perhaps a new target. It is close. It is practically on top of Santa Monica. The controller doesn't hesitate this time. "Red alert," he says. "Air raid imminent." He presses the button. And now the sound that haunts every nightmare of the 20th century begins. It starts as a low moan. A mechanical growl rising from the tops of the fire stations and the police precincts. Woo-hoo-hoo. The pitch rises. It climbs higher and higher until it becomes a scream. Then it falls, a mournful dying wail. Woo-hoo-hoo. And then it rises again. Imagine waking up to that sound. You are warm in your bed. You are dreaming of something pleasant. And then this sound cuts through the walls of your house. It vibrates in your chest. You know what it means. Everyone knows what it means. It means death is coming from above. You throw off the covers. The floor is cold under your bare feet. "Wake up." You whisper to your family, "Wake up, it's happening." You don't turn on the lights. You know better. The darkness is your only shield now. You fumble in the dark for your robe. You guide your children into the hallway away from the windows. The glass could shatter. The glass could become shrapnel. Outside, the sirens are joined by a new sound. The sound of the city dying. The main power switches are pulled. Streetlights that were already dimmed are cut completely. Traffic signals go dark. Radio stations go off the air mid-song. Los Angeles, a city of lights, is erased from the map. If you were looking down from a plane, you would see the grid of glowing streets simply vanish. One moment a civilization, the next a black hole, but on the ground it is not pitch black, not yet. There is the moon. It is a gibbous moon waxing. It provides a pale, ghostly illumination. You can see the outlines of the palm trees. You can see the roof of your neighbor's house, and you can see the sky. You step out onto your back porch. The air is cool. The siren is still wailing, a constant, terrified heartbeat. You look up. You are looking for the shapes of Japanese bombers. You are expecting the Mitsubishi Zeros, the heavy Nakajima bombers. You expect to see the dark crosses against the stars, but you see nothing, just the stars, just the moon. "Where are they?" you whisper. And then a beam of light cuts the darkness. A single searchlight from the coast turns on. It is a solid bar of white energy. It stabs upward, piercing the night. Then another turns on, and another. Suddenly, the sky is crisscrossed with swords of light. They sweep frantically back and forth. They are searching. They are hunting. And then all the lights stop moving. They converge. They come together at a single point in the sky directly over Santa Monica. 3, 4, 10 beams of light all meeting at one intersection. They have found something. You squint. You strain your eyes. What is caught in that trap of light? Is it a plane? Is it a balloon? Or is it something else entirely? The silence of the city is about to be broken by the loudest sound you have ever heard. The guns are leveled. The fingers are tightening on the lanyards. The radar's ghost has arrived. Chapter 3. The Triangle of Light. The sirens are still wailing. That terrible rising and falling sound. A sound of warning, of grief, of pure mechanical terror. But now there is a pause beneath the sound. A moment of absolute frozen tension. Imagine yourself still standing on that back porch. The cold air is sharp in your lungs. You are staring up into the night. The moon is above you. The dark hills loom nearby. And far out over the ocean, the searchlights have found something. 10, perhaps 12 powerful beams of white light have converged. They create a brilliant, blinding funnel aimed straight up into the heart of the sky. At the apex of this funnel of light, there is a smudge, a pinprick of darkness where the light should be brightest. It is indistinct. It is too far away to have a definitive shape. Is it a massive, dark machine? Is it a formation of enemy bombers flying too high to be clearly seen? Or is it nothing at all, just smoke, or fog, or the collective will of the lights creating a dark phantom at their center? At the anti-aircraft battery stationed in the park nearest the coast, the command is given. It is a quiet word spoken into a telephone handset miles away from the target. Fire at will. For a split second, there is a deeper silence. A silence born of expectation. The heavy metallic silence of a gun that has been loaded and aimed. And then the night explodes. The first shot is a single, isolated thunderclap. A deep, tearing kaboom that is felt more than it is heard. It rattles the glass in your windows, even miles away. The muzzle flash is a blinding blossom of orange and yellow light, briefly illuminating the gun crew as if they were actors on a stage. Then the chain reaction begins. The gunners in the first battery, startled by their own sudden violence, open fire again. And the crew at the battery next to them, seeing the flash and hearing the thunder, assume the enemy has begun the attack. They fire too, and the next battery follows. The air over Los Angeles erupts like a sudden, terrible volcano. The sound is overwhelming. It is not just one gun, but dozens firing huge shells into the darkness. The noise rolls and echoes through the canyons and valleys. It bounces off the San Gabriel Mountains and back into the city basin. It becomes a continuous, deafening roar. You are no longer breathing calmly. Your hands are pressed over your ears. The floor of the porch is vibrating under your feet. You look up. And this is the part that is impossible to forget. The shells themselves are invisible. They are just dark metal tearing through the atmosphere, but they are followed by tracer rounds. These tracers are streams of fire. They look like golden or orange ribbons, slow-moving and deliberate, climbing at a steady angle towards the point where the searchlights meet. One stream, then 2, then 50. The black sky is now cross-hatched with streaks of fire. It looks like a slow-motion rain of gold, all aimed at that one indistinct shadow. Pew, pew, pew. They reach the target. Crack. The anti-aircraft shells explode. They are designed to burst at altitude, throwing hot shrapnel into the path of the enemy. The explosions are little puffs of white and orange smoke. They are bright, momentary stars appearing in the darkness. And now, the chaos is complete. The smoke from the shell bursts begins to linger in the air. The bright explosions, caught in the powerful searchlights, create new forms. Soldiers at the gun batteries, their ears ringing from the constant noise, look up and see what they have created. They don't see one target anymore. They see dozens. The smoke plumes, illuminated by the lights, look like floating aircraft. The pieces of shrapnel, glinting as they tumble, look like smaller enemy fighters buzzing around the larger object. Imagination, fueled by fear and concussion, takes over. I see 25 planes. A colonel reports over the crackling field phone. They are flying in formation directly over the city. I see one on fire. Another voice shouts. It's going down over Hollywood. Reports start coming in from civilians who have ignored the blackout and poured into the streets. They're dropping bombs. One woman screams into a police phone. But no bombs ever fall. The sounds they are hearing are simply the echoes of the anti-aircraft guns. The great object at the center of the lights, the radar's ghost, does not appear to be moving very fast. Look closely at the famous photograph from the Los Angeles Times taken the next day. It shows the light beams converging, and you can clearly see the object, large and round, caught in the spotlight. If it were a fast-moving bomber, the searchlights could not hold it so steadily. If it were a squadron of planes, the beams would be chasing several objects, not one unified mass. It appears to be hovering or drifting slowly. The gunners are firing everything they have at this silent visitor. Over the next 40 minutes, the thunder is constant. The air smells sharply of cordite and burnt gunpowder. And what about the men in the air? The American pilots. The planes of the 4th Interceptor Command were scrambled and the pilots were sitting in their cockpits. But they never took off. Why? Because their commanders decided it was too dangerous to send small fighter planes into a sky filled with the random explosions of anti-aircraft shells. Shells fired by their own nervous soldiers would have been suicidal. The sky over Los Angeles was declared a deadly no-fly zone, even for friendly forces. So the fighter pilots sat on the tarmac, their engines running, listening to the war being fought without them. They watched the light show from the ground, frustrated, helpless. The battle belonged entirely to the searchlights and the anti-aircraft batteries. Now step back from the sound, just for a moment. Imagine the perspective of a child in a dark hallway. The floor is shaking. The air is thick with the vibrations of the explosions. But when they look out of the window crack, they aren't seeing military disaster. They are seeing a show. The gold streaks of the tracers, the popping white bursts of the shells, the bright vertical shafts of the searchlights. It is the most beautiful, terrifying spectacle they have ever witnessed. It is a terrible beauty. A destructive ballet of light and sound choreographed by fear. And it is this destructive beauty that causes the real casualties of the night. The shell fragments, the hot pieces of metal from the exploding shells, must come down somewhere. They rain down on the city. They pierce the roofs of houses. They punch holes in car bodies. They shatter the windows that weren't covered properly. It is a slow, steady rain of debris. A couple in Long Beach jump out of their bed when a piece of shrapnel tears through their roof and embeds itself in their mattress, right where they had been sleeping moments before. No bombs from the sky, just pieces of America's own defense mechanisms falling back to Earth. The fear, the noise, the blackness. It was too much for some. 3 people died in car accidents. Terrified drivers, speeding through the blacked-out streets, looking up at the sky, collided with one another or drove off the road. 2 people, elderly residents, suffered fatal heart attacks. The stress, the shock, the sheer noise of the man-made thunder was the final blow. The Battle of Los Angeles, this ferocious, hour-long siege of fire, had killed 5 civilians, and the enemy was still officially a ghost. By 4:14 in the morning, the controller issues the ceasefire order. The guns fall silent. The sirens, which had been drowned out by the noise, are slowly turned off. The city stops shaking. The cordite smoke lingers in the air. It smells like a huge firework display has just ended. Now stand on your porch again. The only sound is the ringing in your ears and the slow, steady drip of dew from the eaves of the roof. The moon is still there. The stars are still brilliant. The searchlights slowly, deliberately turn off. One by one, the intense white columns of light disappear. The city is left in a darkness that is deeper than before. A profound, exhausted darkness. The mystery remains hanging in the smoke. What was it that 1,200 rounds of anti-aircraft fire failed to hit? The search for the answer will begin in the morning. But for now, the city sleeps. A sleep earned through terror. Let the silence settle back in around you. The air is cool and clear. The battle is over. We are left with the quiet, lingering question of what happens when a 1,000-word lie is fired into the sky 1,000 times. Chapter 4. The Morning Mist. The quiet returns slowly. It is 4:30 in the morning. The stars are fading into the purple smudge that signals dawn. The great roar of the anti-aircraft guns has ceased. The mechanical scream of the air raid sirens has died down to silence. Now you are left with the ghost of the sound, the ringing in your ears. Step outside again. The air is cool and still. Take a deep breath. It does not smell clean. It smells sharp. It smells metallic. It smells of cordite, the burnt gunpowder. It smells like 1,000 cannons were fired in your own neighborhood. The city of Los Angeles is emerging from its collective blackout. As the light begins to seep back into the sky, it reveals the details of the previous night's chaos. Walk down your street. You walk slowly, carefully. You see the thin layer of ash and smoke residue clinging to the tops of the cars and the leaves of the trees. It is the dust of the battle, and you see the physical evidence of the fight. Look down at the street. Mixed in with the gravel and the dry leaves, you find small, dark pieces of metal. They are jagged, they are hot, though they have cooled now. They are irregular shapes. This is shrapnel. These are the fragments of the 1,400 anti-aircraft shells that were fired into the night sky. They fell back to earth like a terrifying iron rain. You look at your neighbor's roof. There is a clean, sharp hole through the asphalt shingles, a hole punched straight through the protective layers. In some places, the damage is more serious. Windows are shattered. Not from an explosion, but from the sudden shockwave of nearby shell bursts or from the impact of a falling chunk of metal. It is a strange kind of destruction. It is not the wholesale devastation of a bombing raid. It is a precise, random scarring of the city. The sun finally rises. It throws long, golden light across the landscape. The streets fill with people. They are wearing robes and slippers. They look pale. They look exhausted. But they are alive. They are not running in panic. They are walking slowly, cautiously, surveying the damage. They are searching for one specific thing: wreckage. Everyone knows that when you fire 1,400 rounds at an aircraft, that aircraft should fall out of the sky. It should hit the ground. It should leave a recognizable ruin. But the morning search yields nothing. Military units called out during the alarm are now organized into search parties. They scour the beaches. They drive through the canyons. They check the vacant lots and the industrial zones. They find broken glass. They find dented cars. They find holes in the street. They find every piece of evidence of the defense. But they find absolutely no evidence of the attacker. No twisted aluminum. No foreign insignia, no dead pilots. The enemy that drew a terrifying hour of fire from the greatest coastal defense system in the country has simply vanished, disappeared into the morning mist. The first reports start to filter in from the police and the hospitals. We must speak of the people who did not wake up. The city was not hit by a bomb, but the stress and confusion of the night were lethal. Remember the 5 civilians who died. Imagine a husband and wife driving home late, caught in the sudden total blackout. The sirens are screaming. The sky is exploding. The darkness is absolute. They swerve, disoriented, and crash into another car or into a pole. Imagine the elderly man, woken from a deep sleep by the sound of 100 thunderclaps right outside his window. his heart simply unable to handle the shock. The Battle of Lowe's Angels was a battle fought against fear, and in that fight, 5 people lost their lives. It is a tragic irony. They were killed by the sound of their own defense. Now, the focus shifts from the streets to the headlines. The military and the government have a problem, a huge, embarrassing problem. They have just scared a major American city half to death, cost the taxpayer millions of dollars in wasted ammunition, damaged property with friendly fire, and killed 5 of their own citizens. They must explain the ghost. The press conference is held later that morning. The statements are issued rapidly, and they contradict each other almost immediately. This is where the official story fractures into 2 pieces. First, you hear from the Navy. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox is blunt. He is simple, he is definitive. He stands before the cameras and the reporters and he says the whole thing was a false alarm. He blames war nerves and overreaction. He suggests the initial object that triggered the radar was nothing more than a stray weather balloon. A weather balloon. Imagine the citizens of Lowe's Angels reading that. They spent an hour huddled under dining room tables, listening to $1 million barrage of artillery, all fired at a runaway weather device. It sounds absurd. It sounds insulting. The Navy wants the whole thing buried. They want the public to calm down and forget the night of the fire. But then you hear from the Army. Secretary of War Henry Stimson issues a statement that directly clashes with the Navy's simplicity. The Army insists that 15 planes were observed over the city. Stimson suggests that the attack was likely a reconnaissance mission. A few enemy planes, possibly civilian aircraft repurposed by the enemy, flying low and slow to gauge the city's defenses. He suggests the planes were fast enough or high enough to escape the fire. They came, they saw, they escaped. So who do you believe? The Navy says it was a weather balloon, an accident of nerves. The Army says it was a successful enemy operation that just happened not to drop any bombs. The press doesn't know what to write. The front pages of the afternoon papers reflect the confusion. One headline screams false alarm. The headline next to it shouts Army believes 15 planes involved. It is this official contradiction, this initial lack of unity from the highest levels of government that breathes life into the mystery. If they can't agree on what happened, how can you possibly know the truth? The confusion is intentional, even if it is accidental. The main goal is to prevent panic, but by confusing the narrative, they ensure that the story doesn't end. The photograph that appears in the Lowe's Angels Times the next day becomes the visual proof of the confusion. It is the famous image of the lights converging. You can clearly see the object, that smudge of darkness, caught at the center of the brilliant fan of light. If the Navy is right, that picture shows a weather balloon being shot at by every gun in the county. If the Army is right, that picture shows one of 15 Japanese reconnaissance planes dodging an impossible hail of fire. But the picture itself does not lie. Something was there, something drew the fire. And so the quiet, exhausted city begins to argue. Neighbors who sheltered together in fear are now debating the nature of the enemy. It was just the lights, someone insists. You saw the smoke. The explosions created the shape. Nonsense, another replies. I saw it move. It hovered for 10 minutes. No plane can hover like that. The simple fear of invasion begins to mutate into a lasting question. The official denial does not close the book. It opens it to speculation. It tells the citizens of Lowe's Angels that the military might have been more startled than they let on. It tells them that something happened that night. Something so strange that the government couldn't manage to keep its story straight for 24 hours. The morning mist clears, but the fog of war remains thick. The immediate crisis is over, but the enduring mystery of the Battle of Los Angeles has just begun. It is a quiet day. A day of sweeping up glass, patching holes in the roof, and reading two entirely different accounts of the same terror. The real battle, the battle for the truth, is about to begin. Chapter 5. The Official Lie and the Birth of Belief. We left the city exhausted. The air is still faintly smelling of smoke and the confusion is palpable. But the true mystery of the Battle of Los Angeles is not what was in the sky, but what was said about the sky. Remember those two contradictory headlines from the day after the barrage. On one hand, the stern, dismissive voice of the Navy. On the other, the cautious, almost defensive tone of the Army. You, the citizen, must choose which story to believe. Or more accurately, you must decide which story is the least insulting to your intelligence. Let's examine the first and most official explanation, the weather balloon theory. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox was quick to provide this answer. It was simple. It was clean. It was designed to erase the whole event from public memory as swiftly as possible. Imagine the briefing he must have received. Sir, we fired 1,400 shells at an object that caused no damage and left no wreckage. The easiest explanation for a vanishing, harmless target is a meteorological device. In 1942, weather balloons were large, often bright devices used to measure wind speed and temperature high in the atmosphere. They could drift. They could catch the light. And sometimes, if the air pressure and temperature were just right, they could ascend to heights that made them look much bigger than they were. A single balloon, caught in the crisscrossing beams of a dozen searchlights, could certainly appear as a massive, still object. The light reflecting off the shiny rubber or silk surface might have given it a solid appearance. It sounds plausible, but it demands that you believe several impossible things. It demands that you believe that dozens of highly trained military operators, gunners, radar technicians, and anti-aircraft officers all mistakenly identified a simple, familiar weather balloon as an enemy attack force. It demands that you believe the radar, which picked up the object 120 miles out, was tracking nothing more than a plastic sack full of air for almost 2 hours. And perhaps most importantly, it demands that you believe that a simple balloon required an hour of continuous, deafening artillery fire to dispatch. The citizens of Los Angeles, who had spent their lives watching the skies, found the weather balloon theory to be highly unbelievable. It felt like a deliberate lie designed to make them feel foolish for their fear. So the public turned their attention to the Army's shifting account, the reconnaissance theory. The Army, led by Secretary of War Henry Stimson, stuck to the claim that there were indeed unidentified aircraft over the city. The theory here was more complex and perhaps more frightening. What if the enemy wasn't trying to bomb the city, but trying to bait the city? Imagine you are a Japanese strategist. You know the Americans are jumpy. You know they are expecting an invasion. So you send a single plane, or as Stimson suggested, a few civilian-looking aircraft. Maybe you use slow-moving blimps or gliders that can carry a small crew but are difficult to track with primitive radar. These planes wouldn't drop bombs. They would fly slowly over the key military targets. The goal would be psychological, to force the defenders to fire every gun they had. Why? Because when the guns fire, the muzzle flashes reveal the exact location of every anti-aircraft battery in the city. The guns are firing tracer rounds. They are firing bright, orange-red streaks of light that tell the enemy exactly where the next wave of attack should aim. The goal wasn't to destroy Los Angeles that night, but to gather the data needed to destroy it later. This theory made immediate sense to the public. It explained the massive military response. It explained the lack of bombs. It made the Americans look like they had been tricked, not simply incompetent. But even this theory had its holes. If the object was a plane, why did it appear to hover in the searchlights? Why did the searchlights track a single object so consistently when 15 planes should have scattered them across the sky? It is in this gap between the official lie, the balloon, and the unsatisfying military truth, the decoys, that the exotic theories began to grow. The people of Lowe's Angels were no longer asking, was it an attack? They were asking, what could survive that? If 1,200 shells were fired at an object for 40 minutes and the object simply floated away undamaged and left no wreckage, then the object could not have been a Japanese plane or a weather balloon. It had to be something other, something non-conventional, something unknown. This was February of 1942. The term, unidentified flying object. UFO wouldn't enter the American lexicon for another 5 years, but the idea was born right here over Lowe's Angels. It was born out of a profound distrust of the official narrative. It was born out of the physical evidence, the photographs showing the single dark object at the convergence point, which seemed to defy both explanations. Reporters at the time described the object using words like unconventional, strange apparatus, and unidentified craft. They described its movement as deliberate yet unnatural. Imagine being the soldier sighting the object. You are deafened by the guns. Your eyes are blinded by the searchlights. Your commander insists you are shooting at the enemy. But you look up and you see a massive, dark, round shape perfectly centered in the light trap. It is not banking. It is not diving. It is not returning fire. It is simply there, watching. This sense of being observed, of being held under the gaze of a mysterious, unhurried entity, is what locked the event into the cultural memory. The Battle of Lowe's Angels was the moment when the fear of a foreign enemy was subtly replaced by the fear of the unknown. It was the birth of the conspiracy. The government failed to provide a single, unifying, believable answer. And when government fails to provide certainty, the human mind fills the void with its own certainty. It is a psychological projection. The collective anxiety of the nation, waiting for its next great trauma, saw a terrifying ghost in the smoke and the light. And once the object was imprinted on the public consciousness as something otherworldly, no amount of later official explanation could ever remove it. Take a breath now. The physical battle is done, but the psychological effects linger. The most powerful mysteries are those where the evidence is right there in front of you. The shells, the smoke, the headlines, the photograph. But they lead to two completely opposite conclusions. Was it the most famous missed shot in military history, an embarrassing overreaction to a child's toy? Or was it a quiet, powerful visitor, demonstrating its superior technology by absorbing 1,000 rounds of ammunition without blinking, and then simply floating away? The official denial, paradoxically, provided the proof that something extraordinary had occurred. In the next chapter, we will delve into the investigation. We will follow the few dedicated individuals who tried to piece together the fragments of the truth, long after the Army packed up its guns and the Navy tried to close the books. But for now, reflect on that powerful idea. The moment a simple weather balloon became an enduring, mysterious legend, simply because the people were asked to believe an obvious impossibility. Chapter 6. The Silent Investigators. The smoke has cleared. The sun is up. The city has gone back to work, but it is working with a nervous energy, reading those contradictory headlines from the day before. But now, deep inside the military command centers, another process is underway. A quieter process, a bureaucratic one. The military has to conduct an investigation. They have to produce a report. They have to justify the 1,400 rounds of expensive ammunition fired into the sky. Imagine a large, cold office room somewhere in the Defense Command headquarters. It smells of stale cigar smoke and mimeographed paper. This is where the reality of the Battle of Los Angeles is reduced to notes, memos, and classified files. The investigators, let's call them the silent investigators, are not detectives searching for a foreign spy. They are clerks trying to reconcile two irreconcilable facts, the noise of war and the peace of the morning. Their first task is to collect the evidence. The material evidence. The shrapnel, look at your hands. Imagine collecting the fragments that rain down on the city. You gather them in buckets and baskets. They are sharp. They are heavy. The fragments are sent to the ordnance, ordnance experts. These are the men who study weapons and ammunition. Their job is to look at the metal pieces and determine what kind of object caused the damage. They look for shell casings. They look for bomb fragments. But what they find is frustratingly familiar. Every piece of metal they analyze comes from an American 3-inch anti-aircraft shell. Every piece of metal is stamped with the mark of an American factory. The investigators can prove that a battle took place. They can prove that the sky was full of explosives, but they cannot, for a moment, prove that the enemy fired a single shot or dropped a single bomb. The shrapnel proves the defense. It doesn't prove the attack. This is the first dead end. Next, they turn to the technical evidence. The radar logs. Remember the young private in the cold bunker, watching the screen glow green. His recorded observations are now official documents. Log entries are confusing. Target acquired 120 miles. Target holding altitude steady speed. Target vanished 0 miles. Target reappeared 3 miles. The radar operators were asked to explain the vanishing target. They were asked to explain the reappearance. They offer theories: temperature inversion, atmospheric distortion, faulty equipment. The technology of the SCR-268 radar was new. It was unpredictable. It was prone to error. The investigators know this. But what if the radar was working perfectly? What if it was tracking something that could indeed move from 120 miles to 3 miles, vanish completely, and then reappear silently over the coastline? The Army wanted to believe the target was Japanese, but their own technical evidence suggested a target that behaved in a way no known 1942 aircraft could manage. The object was either a technical error or a technical marvel. The reports lean heavily toward the error. The most critical investigation was the one that was blocked at every turn, the inter-service review. The Army and the Navy had to jointly agree on what happened that night, and they could not. The Army had invested heavily in the radar and the guns. They insisted something was there. They had seen the 15 Phantom planes. The Navy, led by Secretary Knox, had to protect the morale of the fleet. They had to downplay the vulnerability of the coast. For the Navy, the explanation of the weather balloon was more important than the truth. The two branches of the military effectively sabotaged each other. They refused to share raw data. They refused to accept the other's conclusions. This bureaucratic feud ensured that no single, unified report would ever be released to the public. The lack of a single truth was codified in military files. You see, the truth was less important than the appearance of control. The Navy's insistence that it was a balloon made the Army look trigger-happy and foolish. The Army's insistence that it was reconnaissance made the Navy look dangerously naive. The investigators found themselves caught in a political battle where the phantom object was just a chess piece. Next came the most unreliable evidence of all, the eyewitnesses. Imagine the task of interviewing the hundreds of people who claimed to see the object in the searchlights. The Army interviewed the gunners, the officers, and the civilian air raid wardens. The reports are wildly divergent. One gun captain insisted the object was a silver bomber. Another officer claimed he saw a cluster of small, red lights. A civilian reported seeing a large, circular object that hung motionless for 15 minutes before slowly gliding away. Under extreme stress, in total darkness, and blinded by searchlights, human testimony is notoriously unreliable. The investigators knew they could not trust what they heard, but the sheer volume of the reports suggested something non-conventional was sighted. No one agreed on the shape, but almost everyone agreed that the object was not behaving like a conventional aircraft. The investigators ultimately dismissed the most exotic testimony. They attributed the hovering, the silent speed, and the strange shapes to mass hallucination, caused by the shell explosions and the fear. The only way to close the case was to simplify it. Decades later, in 1983, the U.S. Air Force Office of History conducted a quiet, final review of the incident. They reviewed the old radar data. They re-examined the weather conditions. They looked at the contemporary reports. Their final conclusion, issued 40 years after the fact, aligned closely with the Navy's original statement. They concluded that the incident was most likely triggered by a single weather balloon, probably launched earlier that day from a military base. The rest of the chaos, the thousands of shells, the civilian deaths, was attributed entirely to the chain reaction of overzealous defense units, compounded by those terrifying war nerves. So the official record today is settled. It was a balloon, a harmless piece of scientific equipment. But the fact that the mystery required 40 years and a final, definitive military review to solve only strengthens the enduring belief that the military was hiding something bigger. The investigators, the silent investigators, found no proof of an enemy attack, but their own inability to agree and their decision to dismiss the most perplexing testimony created the perfect conditions for the legend to thrive. The truth was lost, not in an explosion, but in a mountain of conflicting paperwork. The Battle of Los Angeles was filed away as an embarrassing military accident, but the phantom object caught in the searchlights was filed away in the memory of the American people as something much more profound. It was the first clear sign that there might be something else out there, something entirely unknown, and that the quiet failure of the investigation is the true legacy of that night. Chapter 7. The mystery solidifies. The investigation is over. The files are sealed. The Army has relocated its guns, and the Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, has issued his firm, final word: war nerves and a weather balloon. The military has done everything it can to close the book, but the public memory does not operate like a classified file cabinet. A secret that is widely known and officially denied possesses a strange, powerful life of its own. In Los Angeles, the memory of that night became part of the local history. It was whispered over coffee counters and discussed late at night in darkened bars. "You saw it, didn't you?" someone would ask. "You saw the thing caught in the lights." The response was always a knowing nod. No one who saw the sky on February 25, 1942, truly believed the official explanation. During the height of World War II, this incident was largely eclipsed by massive, real events: the campaigns in the Pacific, the invasions in Europe. The city quickly focused its attention back on victory gardens and rationing. The nation had bigger things to fear than a phantom that had simply disappeared. But the seed of doubt remained dormant, waiting for the right moment to sprout. That moment arrived 5 years later. Let's jump forward in time, from 1942 to 1947. The war is over. The world is breathing a collective sigh of relief, and the skies of America are suddenly full of flying saucers. The phenomenon began in June of 1947 when a civilian pilot named Kenneth Arnold reported seeing 9 brilliant, silvery objects skipping along the ridge lines of the Cascade Mountains in Washington state. He described their movement as being like a saucer skipping across water. The term, flying saucer, was instantly born. It swept the nation. Suddenly, hundreds of people began reporting strange, non-conventional objects in the sky. It was a national sensation. And now, the ghost that flew over Los Angeles finally had a name. The citizens who had lived through the chaos of 1942 realized their isolated event was not an isolated event at all. It was the first chapter in a new, strange book. The Battle of Los Angeles was retroactively classified as one of the first major sightings of the modern UFO era. Imagine the conversation now. Remember that night in '42, someone says, holding up a newspaper with a headline about the flying saucers in Roswell, New Mexico. We weren't shooting at the Japanese. We were shooting at that. The photograph from the Los Angeles Times, the image of the converging searchlights and the dark, central smudge became the icon of this newfound belief. It was the perfect piece of evidence. It was physical proof, captured on film, of a non-conventional object defying American air defenses long before the term, unidentified flying object, was ever conceived. The key was the object's behavior. Conventional airplanes don't hold still for 40 minutes under heavy fire. They don't absorb over 1,000 rounds of ammunition without falling to pieces. They don't glide away silently, leaving no trace. Only a vehicle utilizing a superior, unknown technology could perform that maneuver. The silence of the object was interpreted as a sign of its power. The craft was not engaging in battle. It was conducting a survey. It was allowing itself to be seen, perhaps, to measure the capabilities and the primitive fear of the humans below. Pulp magazines and early journals dedicated to the paranormal seized upon the story. They ignored the complicated Army versus Navy squabble. They dismissed the weather balloon theory as pure government cover-up. They focused instead on the simple, terrifying visual truth. Something advanced was here, and we could not stop it. This narrative provided a chilling context for the early Cold War years. The Soviets were developing their own bombers, and the threat of global destruction was very real. But the idea that there was a third party, a silent, non-human force, observing the human race and its petty conflicts, added a deep existential dread to the era. The Battle of Los Angeles was no longer just a history lesson. It was a warning. The story was kept alive by popular culture. Early researchers, seeking credible, documented pre-saucer sightings, consistently highlighted the Los Angeles raid. They pointed to the fact that the initial military report acknowledged multiple witnesses, including soldiers, who saw the object clearly and consistently, even if they disagreed on the shape. They pointed to the speed of the official denial, suggesting a panic that needed to be instantly smothered. You see, the truth behind any enduring mystery often lies in the actions of the people trying to suppress it. The more forcefully the government insisted that it was nothing, a balloon, an error, a case of nerves, the more firmly the public became convinced that it was something massive. The sheer economic cost of the barrage also played a part. The American military does not fire over 1,000 rounds of anti-aircraft ammunition at a weather balloon, even in wartime, without serious consequence. The event suggested a profound lack of control within the defense command. The myth solidified around a few key, indelible images: the sound of the sirens on that cold, dark night, the terrible, yet beautiful sight of the tracer rounds climbing into the darkness, and most importantly, the unblinking, silent object holding its position in the searchlight's blinding embrace. It became the perfect modern myth because it was verified by official government action, even as it was officially denied by government words. It moved from a news story to folklore. It moved from fact to legend. And every time a new sighting was reported across the country, the story of the Battle of Los Angeles would be dusted off and retold. It provided the lineage. It was the proof that they had been here for a long time. This transformation from military mishap to extraterrestrial precursor is the enduring victory of the mystery itself. The event defied simple explanation, and in doing so, it created its own powerful, lasting truth. Chapter 8. The scientific counter-theories. The belief in the mysterious craft, the extraterrestrial precursor, is a powerful story. It speaks to our deep human desire to find wonder in the unknown. But science, which operates on the principle of ruling out the mundane before accepting the marvelous, offers a much quieter, though no less fascinating, set of explanations. We must put aside the searchlights and the smoke for a moment. Let's focus on the conditions of the air itself on that early morning in February of 1942. The most likely culprit, according to the later official reviews, involves a phenomenon known as a temperature inversion. Imagine the atmosphere in layers. Normally, the air gets colder the higher you go. But sometimes, a layer of warm, dry air settles over a layer of cold, damp air near the ground. This is the inversion. When radio waves, the pulses from the radar, travel through this boundary layer, they can bend. Think of light bending when it passes through water. The radar waves can be refracted or bent downward. They hit the cold ocean surface and bounce back up to the antenna. This bending and bouncing causes the radar to see things that are far away, or to see things that are merely reflections. A distant fishing boat, maybe 150 miles out, might suddenly appear on the screen as a massive, close target. Or the inversion itself might create an atmospheric ghost, a radar angel, appearing like a solid object where nothing actually exists. This explains the initial problem perfectly. The radar operator peering through the green glow sees a blip. The operator is young, stressed, and knows the I-17 submarine was just offshore 2 days ago. He reports the contact. The contact moves erratically, growing closer, then vanishing as the atmospheric conditions shift. The operator does not know he is tracking a weather anomaly. He believes he is tracking an enemy. This is the first domino falling, the technical failure, but the real mystery lies in the visual confirmation. The searchlights. Dozens of searchlights converged on something, and hundreds of people swore they saw a definite object. How can a weather anomaly draw the concentrated light of the entire defense command? This is where the weather balloon theory returns, now backed by the conditions of the night. Imagine that a large, high-altitude weather balloon, perhaps launched earlier from a military base like Van Nuys, has been drifting slowly on the currents. It is caught by one searchlight beam. The soldier on that light shouts target. Instantly, the other searchlights, trained to converge on the first light, snap toward the object. Now you have a large, reflective surface, the balloon, hit by 12 intensely powerful beams of light. The object is so brightly illuminated that the extreme glare washes out its edges. It loses its clear shape. To the human eye, blinded and squinting, the object appears dark and featureless because of the intensity of the light around it. It looks massive because the depth perception is destroyed by the converging beams. The balloon is likely drifting slowly, perhaps 5 to 10 miles per hour, on a high-altitude wind. To the terrified observer below, standing in a city under a total blackout, staring at a target that is many miles away, that slow, almost imperceptible drift appears like hovering. It appears like controlled, silent motion. The guns open fire. Kaboom! The shells explode. They burst above and around the balloon. The shrapnel may have even pierced the balloon, causing it to lose gas slowly, which would make its descent even slower and more erratic. The smoke from the shell bursts, illuminated by the searchlights, swirls around the balloon. And the observers, looking at the smoke and the light, swear they are seeing a squadron of planes or a gigantic silver disk. The brain takes confusing information and creates a coherent threat. This technical explanation turns the whole event into a cascading series of misunderstandings. Radar error, temperature inversion, initiates the red alert. Visual confirmation error, searchlight glare on a balloon directs the fire. Mass panic war nerves sustains the firing for nearly an hour. It is a perfectly logical, scientifically sound explanation for every detail of the event. It accounts for the ghost on the radar, the large object in the sky, the lack of wreckage, and the multiple, conflicting civilian reports. It turns the Battle of Los Angeles into a powerful illustration of the inherent unreliability of human perception under extreme duress. But here is where the science fails the story. The scientific truth is profoundly unsatisfying. The human mind, after experiencing such primal, thunderous terror, cannot accept that it was all for nothing. It cannot accept that the drama, the explosions, the 5 deaths, and the sheer chaos were all caused by a meteorological toy. The psychological need for the object to have been real and powerful outweighs the scientific reality of atmospheric distortion. If it was just a balloon, then the army was truly incompetent, and the citizens were truly foolish. If it was a Japanese decoy, then the Americans were truly outsmarted. If it was an alien craft, then the event was truly important. The public chose the explanation that gave their terror meaning. The official story, while technically accurate, stripped the event of its significance. This is why, even today, the scientific consensus that the object was a high-altitude balloon will always be rejected by the general public. The story of the ghost is simply more compelling than the story of the weather. The true legacy of the Battle of Los Angeles is the demonstration that in times of war and high anxiety, the human need for a dramatic, consequential event will override the logical need for a simple, mundane explanation. The scientists and military historians eventually agreed on the quiet explanation, but the citizens of the world, hearing the echoes of the thunder and seeing the ghostly smudge in that famous photograph, held on to the thrilling, terrifying secret they knew the government was hiding. Chapter 9. The Enduring Artifacts. When a significant event fades into history, it leaves behind artifacts, not just in museums but in dusty attics, in old newspaper clippings, and in the lines etched on the faces of the people who lived through it. For the Battle of Los Angeles, the relics are particularly strange because they are the fragments of a battle fought against a phantom. Imagine yourself as a collector of secrets. You are searching for the physical remnants of the night in 1942. The most potent artifact is the one we have mentioned before. It is the single photograph published in the Los Angeles Times the morning after the raid. It is the visual heart of the mystery. Look at it closely now. You can clearly see the dozens of searchlights converging, their beams appearing as solid, tangible columns aimed toward the zenith. And there, at the exact point of convergence, is the distinct dark shape. The photograph is a kind of trap. If you believe the official narrative, the photo shows glare, smoke, and an out-of-focus weather balloon. It shows mass hysteria captured on film. But if you look at the object, that distinct, slightly elongated smudge, it appears large. It appears solid. It appears unmoving. The lights are locked onto it with a stability that suggests a substantial target. This ambiguity is the photograph's power. It is perfect evidence for two completely opposite theories. It is proof of the battle. It is proof of the blunder. It is proof of the cover-up. Because this photo exists, the government can never truly erase the event. It stands as a silent witness demanding to be explained. Another type of artifact is far more personal, far more tactile: the shrapnel. In the days after the battle, children and adults alike went out to their yards and collected the fragments of the shells. These pieces of metal, sharp, dark, and often bent, were kept as souvenirs. They were kept as proof that something had happened. Imagine holding one of those pieces now. It is heavy in your palm. It is rough. It is evidence of intense military action, but it is evidence of friendly fire. These fragments are kept in cigar boxes, tucked into drawers, or mounted on plaques. They are physical, undeniable proof of the intensity of the fear and the scale of the response. When a citizen holds that jagged piece of American-made shell casing, they instinctively know that the event was far more serious than a simple, false alarm. You do not rain heavy, dangerous metal down upon a city because of a misplaced weather balloon. The shrapnel is the physical embodiment of the psychological cost. Beyond the physical items, we have the most important artifact of all: the testimony. Decades later, people who were there, both military and civilian, continue to tell their stories. Consider the accounts of the anti-aircraft gunners themselves. Many soldiers, long after their service ended, spoke about what they saw. They had no reason to lie. They were elderly men, sharing a memory. One officer, interviewed in the 1980s, spoke not of the confusion but of the clarity. He insisted that he and his crew had a visual lock on a large, disc-shaped object that appeared to be made of polished, dull silver. He said the object was not affected by the constant, direct hits. He described the shells bursting against the target, but the object remained steady and unharmed, as if protected by an invisible barrier. This kind of testimony, calm, specific, and contradictory to the official record, is the lifeblood of the enduring mystery. The military witnesses were trained observers. Their consistent reports of a solid, silent, and impervious target directly undermined the idea that it was merely smoke or a balloon. Then there is the bureaucratic artifact, the official contradiction. As we explored earlier, the greatest failure of the military investigation was its inability to unify the story. The official record remains a split decision. The existence of a Navy report saying balloon and an Army statement suggesting reconnaissance planes is itself a profound artifact. If the government had instantly and consistently said whether balloon, the mystery would have died quickly. But the confusion at the highest levels signaled to the public that the government did not know what happened. And when the government doesn't know, the door is open for every possibility. This failure to maintain a single narrative is the most damning and most enduring evidence that something truly unconventional occurred that night. The Battle of Los Angeles, therefore, has survived because its artifacts are perfectly engineered to defeat the logical explanation. The photograph is too clear to be smoke. The shrapnel is too heavy to be a false alarm. The testimony is too consistent to be mass hallucination. And the official record is too contradictory to be the truth. The quiet understanding in Los Angeles remains the same. We shot at something real and we didn't hit it, and they don't want us to talk about it. This legacy of doubt and visual proof ensures that the event holds its place, not just in the history of World War II, but in the history of the skies above us. Chapter 10. The Lingering Question. The journey is over. We have spent 10 chapters immersed in the atmosphere of a single night. We have heard the sirens wail. We have felt the thunder of the guns. We have smelled the cordite smoke and witnessed the confusion of the morning after. Now, let the tension release from your shoulders. You can settle back now. We leave the fear of 1942 behind, and we take only the lesson. The Battle of Los Angeles is not simply a chapter in the history of World War II. It is a timeless story about the fragile boundary between what we believe and what we know. It is a story about the danger of war nerves, the psychological phenomenon that proved more deadly than any phantom enemy plane. Think about the conditions that led to that massive, terrifying hour of fire. It was not a deliberate mistake. It was a failure of timing, technology, and trust. A primitive radar system misinterpreted a natural weather phenomenon. The fear of the recent submarine attack had already primed the population for the worst. The military commanders, under unimaginable pressure to defend the coast, simply chose to shoot first and ask questions later. The tragedy of the night, the deaths of those 5 citizens, the destruction of property, was a profound lesson in the self-destructive power of mass anxiety. We often look up at the stars and wonder what secrets they hold. But the Battle of Los Angeles reminds us that the greatest secrets and the greatest fears are often held right here on the ground, in the human heart. The truth, as the official record finally concluded, was likely mundane, a stray balloon, distortion, and a collective jumpiness. But the legacy of the event is anything but mundane. The greatest truth the night revealed was the human instinct to believe in the extraordinary when the ordinary is unpalatable. When Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox called the event a false alarm, he offended the millions of people who had felt the house shake and heard the shells whistle. He asked them to disbelieve their own senses. When the government failed to offer a single, believable, unifying answer, they created a void. And into that void rushed the most exciting, most terrifying possibility: the unknown. The mystery of the silent object that absorbed over 1,000 rounds of ammunition and vanished without a trace became the perfect psychological outlet for the anxieties of the age. The Battle of Los Angeles is the moment the American subconscious realized that the world was larger than its 2 warring continents. It introduced the possibility that humanity's conflicts might be observed by forces far greater and far more silent than anything we could conceive. It is a founding myth of the UFO age, a story where the villain isn't the Japanese Empire, but an impervious, metallic ghost floating silently above the chaos. This is the beauty of a great historical mystery. It forces us to ask deep, philosophical questions that the simple facts cannot answer. What did the searchlights truly illuminate that night? Was it a weather balloon, a simple target of opportunity? Was it a highly sophisticated Japanese decoy, designed purely for espionage and psychological terror? Or was it something else entirely? Something that arrived long before we had a name for it. Something that simply observed the violence below and decided it was not worth the effort to engage. You can choose your answer. The physical evidence, the shrapnel and the contradictory reports, supports all 3 possibilities equally well. The answer you choose reflects your own outlook. Do you trust the government? Do you fear the known enemy? Or do you embrace the unknown possibilities of the universe? The story has endured quietly for over 80 years. It lives in old film reels and in the memory of a handful of elderly citizens who can still hear the terrible sound of the guns when they look up at a clear, dark sky. The greatest lesson they teach us is about the power of doubt. It is good to doubt the official narrative. It is good to question what you are told. It is good to trust the evidence of your own eyes, even when the world insists you must have been mistaken. The mystery of the Battle of Los Angeles reminds us that the line between a military accident and a visit from the stars is often nothing more than a few thousand feet of dark, smoke-filled air. The skies above us are vast and indifferent. They contain clouds, birds, satellites, and occasionally pieces of wayward weather equipment. But they also contain the possibility of anything you can imagine. Look up now if you are able. The night sky is calm. It is silent. It is full of stars that are light years away, and it is full of the rich, complicated history of the Earth below. The ghosts of 1942 have settled now. The Phantom aircraft has disappeared completely. You are safe. You are warm, and the silence now is profound and deep. A silence that holds all the possibilities of the universe. Let yourself drift now in the quiet aftermath of the story. The air is still. The night is long, and the only light you need is the soft glow of your own reflection. Good night. The perspective of eyewitnesses. Chapter 1. The distant murmurings of a sleepless city. You find yourself, if you close your eyes and truly listen, standing on the cusp of a memory, a moment in time when the world held its breath, and the night sky over Los Angeles glowed with a tension far beyond the usual hum of a bustling metropolis. It is the late hours of February the 24th, 1942, and the city, though sprawling and vibrant, feels strangely muted, cloaked in the anxieties of a world at war. A profound shift has settled over everything, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor beneath the surface of daily life. The scent of the Pacific, usually a refreshing brine, now carries a faint undercurrent of something else, something metallic and industrial, a reminder of the shipyards and factories working overtime. The air itself seems thicker, heavy with unspoken fears, a tapestry woven from whispers of distant battles and the ever-present threat of the enemy at the gates. You can almost feel it, can't you? That particular kind of quiet that isn't really quiet at all, but a symphony of suppressed sounds, of hushed footsteps and anxious sighs, punctuated by the occasional distant wail of a siren practicing for a sorrowful, unforeseen event. Our story begins not with a bang, but with a stirring, a gentle disruption of the night's usual rhythm. We will ease ourselves into the unfolding drama, like a slow camera pan across a vast, darkened stage, allowing the scene to reveal itself in soft, deliberate strokes. We are in the quiet, residential streets of Santa Monica, a place where the ocean breeze usually brings solace, but tonight, it only seems to carry a heightened sense of anticipation. Here, in a modest bungalow with a small, neatly kept garden, lives a woman named Clara Hemlock. She is not a person of great societal standing, nor a figure of historical renown, but simply a woman, like countless others, trying to navigate the currents of a world turned upside down. Clara is a creature of habit, a quality that served her well in these tumultuous times. Her days follow a predictable pattern, a comforting ritual of work at the local cannery, evenings spent mending uniforms for her sons serving overseas, and nights that often stretched long, filled with a quiet, almost meditative worry. Tonight, however, her usual routine of settling into a deep, dreamless sleep has been subtly, almost imperceptibly, disturbed. The house itself, a humble abode with cream-colored walls and a porch swing that creaked gently in the evening breeze, usually hummed with a sleepy contentment by this hour. The old grandfather clock in the hallway, a treasured heirloom from her grandmother, had just chimed past 11, its slow, sonorous gongs echoing through the silent rooms. Clara had been on the verge of drifting off, nestled under a patchwork quilt she had sewn herself, the kind of quilt that carries the soft scent of lavender and mothballs, and a lifetime of memories stitched into its very fabric. The bedside lamp, with its frosted glass shade, cast a soft, amber glow, illuminating the worn edges of the novel she had been attempting to read. A light-hearted romance, a brief escape from the grim realities of the headlines. But sleep, it seemed, was not to be her companion this particular evening. A peculiar tension had begun to weave itself into the fabric of the night, a subtle discord in the usually harmonious symphony of nocturnal sounds. It wasn't loud, not yet. It was more akin to a faint, persistent hum, a vibration felt deep within the bones of the city, rather than heard by the ear alone. You might imagine it, perhaps, as the gentle, almost imperceptible thrum of a far-off engine, or the soft, distant murmur of voices carried on the wind. It was the kind of sound that makes you pause, tilting your head slightly, wondering if it was real or merely a trick of an overactive imagination. Clara, ever attentive to the nuances of her surroundings, felt it first in the soles of her feet, a low, resonant tremor that vibrated through the floorboards. It was not an earthquake, she knew, for she was intimately familiar with the earth's temperamental rumblings. This was different, more rhythmic, more deliberate. She pushed herself up slowly, the springs of her old mattress groaning in gentle protest. The air in the room, usually still and cool, felt suddenly heavy, charged with an inexplicable energy. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the blackout curtains, thick and dark, blocked out the moonless sky. These curtains, a necessity in wartime Lowe's Angels, were a constant reminder of the unseen threats that lurked just beyond the veil of domesticity. They were meant to obscure, to protect, but tonight, they seemed to amplify the sense of something vast and unknown existing just outside, waiting. Clara swung her legs over the side of the bed, her bare feet meeting the cool, smooth wood of the floor. The chill of the floorboards was a familiar comfort, a small anchor in a world that often felt adrift. She shuffled towards the window, her flannel nightgown whispering around her ankles. Her movements were slow, unhurried, a testament to the ambient whisper. Style allowing you, the listener, to absorb every detail, every subtle shift in the atmosphere. There was no sudden fright, no jarring movement, merely a growing curiosity, a quiet apprehension that bloomed slowly, like a night blooming cereus in the cool desert air. Her fingers, slightly gnarled from years of work, fumbled for the edge of the blackout curtain. She parted it ever so slightly, creating a narrow slit, a tiny window into the vast, ink-black canvas of the night sky. The moon, a sliver of silver on other nights, was absent, hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds that stretched from horizon to horizon. This absence of celestial light only deepened the sense of profound darkness, a darkness that felt both protective and ominously foreboding. Through that slender opening, Clara peered out. Her garden, usually a source of quiet joy, was swallowed whole by the darkness, its familiar shapes now indistinguishable shadows. The streetlights, dim and hooded, cast pools of weak, yellow light, barely piercing the gloom. The neighborhood, usually alive with the occasional distant bark of a dog or the soft whir of a passing car, was unnervingly silent. It was a silence that felt heavy, pregnant with expectation, as if the entire world were holding its breath, waiting for a cue. Then she saw it, not directly in her line of sight, but rather a shimmer, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker on the very edge of her peripheral vision, high above the distant rooftops. It was too fleeting to be identified, too subtle to be concrete, like a momentary distortion in the fabric of the dark. Her eyes, adjusting to the gloom, strained to catch it again. Was it a trick of the light, a reflection from some unseen source, or perhaps merely a figment of her sleepless mind, conjuring shadows from the depths of her own anxieties? She remained there for a long moment, unmoving, a statue bathed in the faint, ambient glow of her bedside lamp, a beacon in the quiet darkness of her home. The low hum, which she had initially dismissed as a phantom sensation, seemed to grow incrementally, a deep, resonant vibration that she now felt more acutely in her chest. It was a sound that didn't quite fit, a note out of place in the nocturnal symphony of Lowe's angels. It was too consistent, too pervasive to be merely the usual urban background noise. It was as if something immense, something truly colossal, was making its way slowly but surely across the night sky. Clara thought of her sons far across the oceans, facing dangers she could only imagine in her darkest nightmares. The war, a distant rumble on the radio waves, now felt closer, more palpable. Every unexpected sound, every unusual silence, was amplified by the heightened state of alert the nation found itself in. She often found herself wondering, in these quiet moments, if she was truly safe, if the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean was indeed a sufficient barrier against the encroaching shadows of conflict. Tonight, that question lingered with a new, unsettling persistence. She carefully moved from the window, pulling the blackout curtain shut once more, a small act of defiance against the unknown. There was a faint chill in the air now, a coolness that seemed to have seeped in from outside, despite the tightly closed windows. Clara wrapped her arms around herself, not out of fear, but more from a deep, intrinsic need for comfort, for the familiar warmth of her own presence. She returned to her bed, not to sleep, but to sit, propped up against the pillows, her mind now fully awake, acutely attuned to the subtle shifts in the night. The book lay forgotten, its pages still open to a scene of innocent romance that felt utterly disconnected from the growing tension outside. Her gaze fell upon a framed photograph on her nightstand, a slightly faded picture of her husband, a kind man with a gentle smile who had passed on a few years prior. His steady presence, even in memory, was a small comfort. He would have known what to do, she thought. He would have had a logical explanation, a reassuring word. But tonight, she was alone with her thoughts and the unsettling symphony of the city. The low thrum outside intensified, becoming a tangible presence, a deep bass note beneath the surface of the quiet night. It was no longer a vibration. It was a sound, faint but undeniably there, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was not the familiar drone of an airplane, nor the rhythmic clatter of a train. This sound was smoother, more organic, like the sustained note of an impossibly large instrument being played far, far away. Clara closed her eyes, trying to distinguish the source, to categorize it, to place it within the confines of her experience. But it resisted definition. It was alien yet present. It was unsettling yet held a strange, almost hypnotic quality. She imagined in the quiet chambers of her mind a colossal, unseen entity moving with slow, deliberate grace across the heavens, its presence heralded by this peculiar, resonant hum. It was the kind of imagining that felt less like fantasy and more like a premonition, a deep-seated knowing that something truly extraordinary was unfolding, just beyond the reach of her sight. The minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. The clock chimed midnight, its 12 gongs resonating with a deeper gravity than usual, marking the passage from one day to the next, from the known to the unknown. February the 25th had arrived, ushered in not by a quiet dawn, but by this inexplicable, pervasive hum. A new sound began to intermingle with the hum, a faint, almost imperceptible crackle, like static electricity or the distant whisper of kindling catching fire. It was subtle, barely audible above the rhythmic beating of her own heart, yet it added another layer to the increasingly complex soundscape of the night. Her hands, resting in her lap, began to feel a slight tingling sensation, a faint tremor that mirrored the vibrations in the air. Was it simply her nerves, frayed by the long night and the pervasive sense of unease? Or was it something more, something physical, a manifestation of the strange energies at play? She remembered stories from her childhood, tales of old-world superstitions and omens, of the heavens opening to reveal sights both wondrous and terrifying. These were stories she had long dismissed as the fanciful imaginings of a simpler time, but tonight they resurfaced with an unexpected potency, whispered from the forgotten corners of her memory. The modern world, with its advancements and its scientific certainties, often seemed to push such tales into the realm of quaint folklore. But what if, she mused, there were still mysteries, still forces at play that defied the neat explanations of science? What if the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary was thinner than she had ever dared to believe? The crackle grew slowly, steadily, evolving from a whisper into a chorus of snapping, popping sounds like myriad tiny sparks igniting in the distance. And then, a sound that made her sit up straighter, her spine stiffening with an involuntary alertness. It was the unmistakable, deep-throated roar of an airplane engine, followed quickly by another and another. Not the familiar, steady drone of a commercial airliner, but the sharper, more aggressive growl of military aircraft, taking to the skies with an urgency that spoke of immediate, undeniable threat. Her heart, which had been beating a slow, anxious rhythm, now quickened its pace. This was it then. The enemy, perhaps. The threat she had subconsciously braced herself for since the attack on Pearl Harbor, since the first blackout curtains had been installed. Lowe's Angels, a jewel on the Pacific coast, was a prime target. The thought sent a cold shiver down her spine despite the warmth of her quilt. She peered out the crack in the blackout curtain once more, her gaze sweeping across the now active sky. The faint hum was still there, but now it was overshadowed by the growing cacophony of engines. And then high above, cutting through the thick blanket of clouds, she saw it, not one but many lights, piercing the darkness with an intensity that made her gasp softly. These were not stars, nor were they the distant lights of ordinary airplanes. These were searchlights, dozens of them, powerful beams of pure, unadulterated light slicing through the midnight blue with an almost surgical precision. They crisscrossed the sky, their paths intersecting and converging, forming an intricate, ethereal web of light. They moved with a frantic urgency, sweeping back and forth, up and down, as if searching for something elusive, something that did not wish to be found. The focus of these lights, you understand, was not random. There was a method to their madness, a concentrated effort that slowly, deliberately began to narrow. They seemed to converge inexorably towards a single point high above the distant hills, a point that to Clara's straining eyes remained frustratingly dark. It was like watching a grand, celestial ballet performed by unseen dancers, their movements choreographed by an invisible hand. The air outside now throbbed with the growing intensity of the moment. The distant hum was still a low undertone, but the roar of the military planes was now a dominant force, a guttural sound that vibrated through the very glass of her window pane. And then, piercing through all of it, a new sound, sharp and percussive, the unmistakable thump-thump-thump of anti-aircraft guns. It was a sound that made the entire house tremble, a deep, resonant shockwave that seemed to travel through the ground itself, up through the foundations, and into the very core of her being. Each discharge was accompanied by a flash of light, a momentary, blinding explosion of orange and white that bloomed against the dark canvas of the clouds, momentarily illuminating the edges of her garden in stark relief. Clara's breath caught in her throat. This was no drill. This was real. The war, which had always felt like a distant specter, had arrived on her doorstep, announced by the thunderous symphony of defensive fire. She pressed her face closer to the narrow slit in the curtain, her eyes wide, attempting to comprehend the surreal spectacle unfolding before her. The searchlights had coalesced, forming a brilliant, blinding cone of light that focused on a single, astonishing target. And there it was, suspended high above the city, bathed in the incandescent glow of the searchlights, an object. It was not a plane, not as she knew planes to be. Its silhouette was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was vast, incredibly vast, like a colossal, silent shadow against the intense brilliance of the combined searchlight beams. Its form was indistinct, yet undeniably there, a massive, dark mass hanging motionless in the very heart of the glowing cone. It seemed impervious, utterly unmoved by the frantic energy around it. Shells, she realized, were exploding around it, great blossoms of fire and smoke appearing in rapid succession, directly in its vicinity. Yet the object remained. It did not swerve, did not attempt to evade, did not appear to be damaged in any way. It simply was. It hung there, impossibly serene, defying the very laws of physics, or at least the laws of physics as Clara understood them. The anti-aircraft fire, which should have shredded any conventional aircraft, seemed to pass through it, or around it, or simply dissolve against its impenetrable surface. A profound sense of awe, mixed with an unshakable dread, washed over her. It was a sight that defied explanation, a spectacle that fractured the very fabric of reality. The world, for Clara, was no longer the predictable, understandable place it had been just moments before. It was now a canvas for something utterly unprecedented, something that whispered of mysteries far beyond the grasp of human comprehension. She continued to watch, mesmerized, for what felt like an eternity. The sounds were overwhelming now. The deep thrum, the roaring engines, the relentless boom-boom-boom of the anti-aircraft guns, and the distant, almost musical whistle of falling shell fragments. The air vibrated with a palpable force, rattling the very window panes in their frames. Yet amidst this chaos, the silent, colossal object remained a fixed point, an anchor in a storm of light and sound. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the object began to move. Not with a sudden jolt, but with a smooth, graceful drift, a silent glide across the expanse of the sky. It began to shift, to turn, to reveal more of its enigmatic form to the searching beams of light. Its movement was not hurried, not panicked, but rather a slow, deliberate traverse, as if it were observing, assessing, and then deciding to continue its journey. The searchlights followed, clinging to its dark form with a desperate tenacity, unwilling to release their hold. The anti-aircraft fire intensified, a frantic barrage, as if the gunners, in their desperation, believed that sheer volume might somehow succeed where precision had failed. But it was all to no avail. The object continued its majestic, silent progress, undeterred, untouched. Clara felt a shiver trace its way down her spine, not from cold, but from the sheer, overwhelming magnitude of the unknown. Her world, for so long defined by the familiar and the concrete, was now illuminated by a light that revealed something truly, deeply unsettling. This was not merely war. This was something else entirely. Something that transcended the conflicts of nations, something that spoke of forces beyond human design, beyond human understanding. As the object drifted further, the cone of searchlights began to stretch, their beams elongating, struggling to maintain their hold. The anti-aircraft fire, though still relentless, seemed to grow more sporadic, more despairing. It was as if the human endeavor, with all its powerful weaponry and its desperate defenses, was utterly impotent against this silent, enigmatic presence. The object continued its serene trajectory, slowly fading into the darkness beyond the reach of the concentrated searchlights. The roar of the military planes seemed to diminish slightly, their desperate pursuit becoming less intense, more resigned. The thump-thump-thump of the guns began to wane, each explosion now separated by longer, more reflective pauses. And then, as slowly as it had begun, the incredible spectacle started to recede. The searchlights, one by one, began to extinguish, or to sweep aimlessly across the sky, their focused intensity gone. The military planes, their mission apparently complete or abandoned, began to disperse, their engines fading into the distance. The incessant boom-boom-boom of the anti-aircraft guns quieted, replaced by the ringing silence of a city that had just experienced something truly profound. The deep, resonant hum, which had been the initial harbinger of this extraordinary night, also began to dissipate, retreating into the quiet background noise of the city, becoming once again a phantom vibration, almost indistinguishable from the ordinary sounds of the urban sprawl. The silence that followed was not the peaceful silence of a city asleep, but the stunned, echoing silence of a place that had been utterly shaken, a place where the veil between the known and the unknown had been momentarily torn asunder. Clara remained at her window, her face pressed against the cool glass, long after the last searchlight had dimmed, long after the last rumble of the anti-aircraft guns had faded into the vast, indifferent night. The blackout curtains, once a symbol of protection, now felt like a meager defense against a reality that had expanded far beyond the confines of her small bungalow, far beyond the familiar boundaries of her world. Her heart continued its rapid beat, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the returning quiet. She felt a profound sense of isolation, of being a lone witness to an event that surely would change everything, yet was so utterly beyond her power to comprehend or explain. The image of that vast, silent object, bathed in the frantic glare of the searchlights, burned itself into her memory, an indelible mark. She slowly pushed away from the window, her limbs feeling heavy, as if she had just emerged from a strenuous dream. The room, which had felt charged with tension, now seemed strangely hollow, imbued with the lingering echoes of the dramatic events that had just unfolded outside. She walked over to her bed, but sleep, she knew, would be impossible now. Her mind raced, trying to process, to make sense of the incomprehensible. Clara sat on the edge of her bed, her gaze fixed on the photograph of her husband, his gentle smile offering no answers, no explanations for the impossible sight she had just witnessed. The comfortable familiarity of her home, her routine, her life, suddenly felt fragile, tenuous. The world, she realized, was far stranger, far more mysterious than she had ever allowed herself to believe. The clock in the hallway chimed 3 times, marking the passage of another hour, another segment of the night that had forever altered her perception. The long night stretched ahead, filled with the lingering aftershocks of the experience, the questions that would circle endlessly in her mind. Who would believe her? How could anyone truly understand what she had seen? The silence returned, deep and pervasive, but it was no longer the peaceful silence of a sleeping city. It was the vast, echoing silence of an enigma, a profound mystery that had presented itself with undeniable clarity, and then, just as mysteriously, had vanished, leaving behind only the lingering sense of awe and a profound, unsettling wonder. You might imagine her, as the first faint hint of pre-dawn light began to soften the edges of the blackout curtains, still sitting there, gazing into the quiet darkness of her room. The ordinary sounds of the early morning, the distant crow of a rooster, the first chirps of awakening birds, would slowly begin to filter in, trying to reclaim the space, to reassert the normalcy that the night had so utterly shattered. But for Clara, and for countless others who had witnessed the impossible spectacle over Lowe's angels, nothing would ever be quite the same. The memory would linger, a quiet whisper in the recesses of her mind, a constant reminder that sometimes the world holds secrets far grander and far more unsettling than we can possibly imagine. The air itself still felt different, didn't it? A lingering current of something unexplainable, a subtle echo of the colossal presence that had momentarily graced the sky. Chapter 2. The Keeper of the Beam. We turn our attention now, if you will, away from the quiet anxieties of Clara's living room in Santa Monica, and guide our focus east, towards the more industrial, more rigidly controlled world of the Coast Artillery. Specifically, we settle upon the grounds of the 37th Coast Artillery Brigade, where the machinery of war lay dormant but ready, and where the tension of the preceding weeks had been wound tighter than the spring of a delicate pocket watch. The time is nearing 1:30 in the morning, a period of the night when silence is typically deepest, broken only by the shift changes and the low murmur of tired voices. Our next witness, our anchor for this chapter, is a young man named Sergeant Elias Thorne. Elias is not a seasoned veteran, but a relatively inexperienced soldier, one of the countless individuals plucked from civilian life and thrust into the critical, yet often monotonous, role of defending the vast coastline. His station is a crucial one. He is part of a crew manning one of the gigantic Sperry searchlights, the very same instruments that would soon carve luminous paths across the dark sky. Imagine Elias now, standing near the great, silent drum of the searchlight, which rested upon its mobile carriage like a sleeping giant. The metal housing of the light felt cool and damp under his fingertips, coated with the fine, salty dew that always settled in the pre-dawn hours near the Pacific. The air here smelled of machine oil, damp canvas, and the sharp, metallic tang of the unspent ammunition stored nearby. It was a utilitarian smell, a stark contrast to the lavender and old wood of Clara's home, yet it carried its own kind of heavy comfort, the comfort of knowing where you stood and what your duty was. Elias was on watch, a task that required both vigilance and a deep tolerance for boredom. He had been rotating shifts for days, and the persistent lack of sleep had settled into his bones, leaving him with that particular kind of tired where the world feels slightly fuzzy around the edges, and your own thoughts seem distant and slow. He leaned against a sandbag emplacement, his rifle resting beside him, his gaze fixed absently on the horizon. The blackout was absolute here. Only the faint, hooded glow of a few tactical lamps marked the boundaries of the battery. He often found himself thinking of home, of the small, dusty town in Arizona he had left behind. He missed the quiet, the vast, uninterrupted blackness of the desert night, where the only lights were the impossibly bright stars, and the only sounds were the soft, dry whispers of the wind. Here, in Lowe's Angels, the silence was always conditional, always ready to be shattered by the next order, the next siren, the next terrifying announcement over the crackling radio. The first disruption was not visual, but aural, a familiar sound that still held the power to spike the adrenaline. The telephone rang. It wasn't the usual lazy ring of an internal line, but the sharp, insistent jangle of the alert phone, the direct line from headquarters. The sound echoed unnervingly in the oppressive silence of the night, slicing through the heavy air with an almost brutal precision. The lieutenant, a weary-looking man named Jenkins who was huddled over a field desk nearby, snatched the receiver instantly. Elias watched him, every muscle tensing. Lieutenant Jenkins's face, illuminated briefly by the weak glow of the tactical lamp, was etched with fatigue and a sudden sharp focus. Elias could only hear the low, clipped, one-sided conversation, a series of urgent confirmations and acknowledgments. Yes, sir, understood, unidentified targets reported inbound altitude. Confirmation received. The lieutenant's voice was low, taut, devoid of any unnecessary inflection, but the words hung in the air like frost, immediately chilling the scene. The word, unidentified, was the key. It was a word that carried the full weight of the war, but also something stranger. If they knew what it was, Japanese Zeros perhaps, or a reconnaissance bomber, they would use its name. Unidentified implied the radar was tracking something without a known signature, something that did not fit the established profiles of friend or foe. It was a vague, unsettling term that left the imagination too much room to wander. Within seconds, the camp transitioned from sleepy vigilance to frantic, controlled action. Orders were barked, crisp and immediate. Alert status read, prepare the light, traverse and elevation checks now. Gunners, stand by at the 5-inchers. Elias sprang into motion. The exhaustion vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of pure adrenaline. He moved to the searchlight controls, his hands expertly checking the power lines and the targeting mechanisms. He worked in practiced silence, relying on the ambient darkness and the hooded lamps. The light itself was a beautiful, complex machine, a powerful testament to technology, but right now, it felt like an enormous, fragile target waiting to reveal their position to whatever was out there. The lieutenant rushed over to Elias, his voice a tight whisper. Thorne, they're ordering a full search pattern over the Santa Monica sector. Radar contact is strong, moving slowly but at extreme altitude, heading east toward the downtown sector. We are initiating the search now. Maintain direct focus on the objective if you acquire it. Do not let the beam waver. The slow pace of the target was what struck Elias as odd, even in the midst of the escalating crisis. Every bombing raid scenario they had practiced involved high-speed, aggressive targets. Something moving, slowly at extreme altitude, suggested a reconnaissance craft, perhaps, or something deliberately attempting to draw out their position. But the sheer volume of the radar contacts reported to Jenkins suggested more than a single recon plane. Elias braced himself, his hands gripping the traverse controls, which felt cold and heavy. He heard the distant, low groan of the diesel generator sputtering to life, followed by the deep, insistent hum of electricity building up in the massive capacitor bank behind the light. This was the same low thrum Clara had felt deep in the floorboards of her home, the sound of immense power being readied for release. Then came the order. Lights on. Search pattern Alpha 9. Elias flipped the primary switch. The resulting event was not a gentle turning on, but a violent, almost blinding eruption of light. The powerful arc lamp within the Sperry flared to life, casting a tremendous, incandescent column of white light that instantly obliterated the surrounding darkness. For a brief second, the world contracted to the blazing intensity of the beam. And then, as Elias began to move the controls, the column of light sliced upwards, cutting a clean path through the black sky. He was momentarily blinded by the sheer power, but his training took over. He became one with the controls, smoothly guiding the beam in a precise, slow sweep across the southern sky, following the coordinates being fed to him over his headset. The beam felt like a solid thing, a brilliant physical probe searching the void. The first few minutes were fruitless, a mesmerizing dance of light against the deep black. His beam merged with others, enormous cones of light appearing all over the Los Angeles basin, stretching into the stratosphere. They looked like the spokes of an impossible wheel, rotating slowly, deliberately, searching for the invisible. The vastness of the sky was overwhelming. Every cloud, every atmospheric anomaly was magnified, illuminated, and instantly dismissed. Elias kept his focus tight, his eyes watering slightly from the effort of trying to distinguish a solid object from the shifting, vaporous curtains of the upper atmosphere. Then the voice of the spotter high in the tower cracked through his headset laced with urgency. Target acquired, target acquired. 11 o'clock, altitude 12,000 feet. Lock on, lock on. Elias instinctively slammed the controls, freezing his beam and adjusting the elevation a hair. He peered through the sighting telescope, but before his own light could find it, another beam, slightly to his right, snapped into place. Then another and another until nearly 24 searchlights had converged, their combined brilliance creating an enormous, terrifyingly intense glow high above the western hills. And there it was. In the very heart of that terrible, blinding luminescence, Elias saw the object. He had expected an enemy plane, a dark, recognizable shape of wings and fuselage. He had prepared himself for the familiar outline of a bomber. What he saw defied every visual expectation his military training had instilled. It was colossal, truly immense. It was a massive, dark silhouette, not reflecting the light but absorbing it like a patch of pure blackness suspended in the blinding white. Its edges were indistinct, hazy, not sharp, and metallic like an airplane. Its form was difficult to pin down. Some accounts would later call it bell-shaped or cigar-shaped. To Elias at that moment it looked like a silent, unmoving shadow, a colossal bruise in the fabric of the night. And it was impervious. The very act of the light beams hitting it seemed futile. It did not wobble, did not weave, did not react to the intense illumination. It simply hung there, defying the powerful forces being directed at it. Elias felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The size was terrifying enough, but the sheer lack of reaction, the sense of detached, massive stillness, was profoundly unnerving. The searchlight team's duty was to illuminate, to stabilize the target for the gunners. Elias held his breath, his hands trembling slightly on the controls, forcing the beam to remain absolutely steady, locked onto that huge, dark mass. Then the guns opened up. The sound was not just loud, it was physically violent. The battery of 5-inch anti-aircraft guns positioned further down the coast erupted in a massive, coordinated barrage. The concussive blast struck Elias where he stood, not just through sound waves, but through the ground itself, a deep, jarring thump that felt like the earth being struck by a giant's hammer. The sky, already a canvas of eerie light, was immediately filled with bursts of fiery orange and gray smoke. Shells were exploding all around the object, dozens of them, hundreds of them, creating a spectacular, terrifying halo of destruction. The light beams allowed Elias to see the trajectories clearly. The bursts were happening right at the target's altitude, right at its proximity. But still, the object remained untouched. Elias stared through his sighting glass, trying desperately to spot any evidence of damage. There was none. No smoke, no trail of fire, no deviation in its stillness. The shell explosion seemed like harmless firecrackers popping around a mountain. "Target is holding steady," Jenkins yelled, his voice muffled by the headset but betraying a raw tension. "Guns are adjusting to closer proximity. Keep the light on it, Thorn." The barrage intensified. Elias could hear the gunners reloading and firing with desperate speed, the rhythm of the explosions becoming almost continuous. The smell of burnt powder, carried by the rising air currents, began to drift over the battery. And then the object began to move. Its movement was the most unsettling part of the entire spectacle. It did not accelerate with the sudden, fiery burst of a damaged aircraft trying to escape. Instead, it executed a slow, almost deliberate traverse, a gentle glide from its initial position over the Santa Monica Hills toward the heart of the city, passing directly overhead. As it moved, Elias was forced to move the immense searchlight along with it, swiveling the massive barrel with careful, slow pressure. The object maintained its altitude, remaining perfectly horizontal, its enormous size now passing directly across the zenith of the sky. He realized with a chilling certainty that the object was not fleeing. It was observing. It was cruising, unhurried, through a storm of explosions meant to tear it apart. It had an air of utter indifference to the desperate military efforts below. As it passed nearly overhead, the light beams momentarily lost their purchase, creating an eerie ripple effect on the ground as the collective glare shifted. For a split second, Elias had a clearer view of the sky around the central mass, and he swore he saw smaller, darker shapes, like motes of dust in a sunbeam, flickering quickly at the periphery of the main light cone, moving with impossible speed and changing direction instantly. But they were gone before he could confirm them, absorbed back into the massive, silent shadow. The gunners shifted their fire, following the object's path, creating explosions now further east over the metropolitan area. The sound of the barrage was now a deep, distant thunder rolling across the city. The tension in the searchlight crew was unbearable, a silent, shared realization that every established military principle had just been violated. They were firing everything they had at a massive target, and the target was simply ignoring them. Lieutenant Jenkins, his voice now ragged, issued an order that seemed to hang heavy with defeat. Hold fire, cease all illumination. They've lost radar lock, it's too far inland now, moving out of range of the heavy 5-inchers. The guns fell silent. The silence was immediate and profound, a deep ringing in the ears after the deafening roar. Elias was ordered to kill the light. He flipped the switch. The abrupt cessation of the Sperry beam was like an instantaneous, colossal void. Darkness rushed back in, reclaiming the sky with startling speed, making the few remaining hooded tactical lamps seem pitifully weak. The memory of the blinding light and the massive, silent shadow was all the more vivid because of the sudden, profound darkness. The immediate aftermath was confusion. Soldiers milled about, their voices low, their faces pale in the faint light. There were urgent phone calls, rapid debriefings, and the smell of spent gunpowder hanging heavy and acrid in the cool night air. The overriding emotion was not relief, but a deep, unsettling bewilderment. What had they been shooting at? Why hadn't it fallen? Elias remained at his post for a long time, meticulously checking the mechanisms of the giant searchlight, running his hands over the cooling metal. This routine task was a necessary anchor, a small way to ground himself after witnessing the impossible. He replayed the sight over and over in his mind. The massive shadow, the explosive chaos around it, the profound silence of its movement. He felt a deep sense of disorientation. The war up until this night had been a clear-cut conflict. Planes, ships, bombs, and artillery, all governed by understandable, measurable laws of physics and warfare. But the event he had just participated in defied all of that. It introduced an element of the genuinely unknown into the equation, an unsettling factor that military procedure had no manual for. As the quiet settled back in, a different kind of anxiety replaced the adrenaline. It was the anxiety of disbelief, of knowing that the official reports would likely downplay the event, that the true, colossal nature of the thing they had shot at would be sanitized, explained away as whether balloons or flares or the product of mass hysteria. Elias knew what he had seen. He had held the beam steady on it for long minutes while hundreds of shells exploded harmlessly around its periphery. He looked up at the black sky, now empty save for the returning, faint glow of the distant city lights filtered through the blackout. The immense, terrifying quiet of the ocean air had returned, but it was irrevocably changed. It was no longer the quiet of peace, but the quiet of something vast and strange having passed over and moved on, leaving an indelible mark on the psyche of the city's defenders. Elias eventually walked slowly back to the field desk, his boots crunching softly on the gravel. Lieutenant Jenkins was already on the phone, his voice flat, dictating a preliminary report that Elias suspected was designed to soothe and obscure, rather than to inform. The lie, or at least the careful omission of truth, had already begun. He sat down, picking up his rifle, running a hand over the cold, familiar wood. The adrenaline was now a dull ache in his limbs. Sleep was hours away, perhaps days. He simply sat, listening to the low, tired voices of his comrades, all quietly processing the shared, unbelievable experience. The cold dawn was still hours away, and the memory of the light and the shadow remained fiercely present, a private, profound secret shared by the men of the coast artillery, who knew they had faced an enemy for which they had no name, and against which their defenses were utterly futile. The night settled, deep and heavy, a vast, velvety curtain drawn over the unbelievable truth of what had just transpired. Elias closed his eyes not to sleep, but to preserve the image of that colossal, silent visitor, a visitor who had moved with the slow, deliberate indifference of a creature from another realm, simply passing through. Chapter 3. The Tremor in the Concrete Heart. We shift our focus now, drawing the narrative away from the distant coastal batteries and the quiet residential streets, and moving it deep into the urban canyon of downtown Los Angeles. The contrast is immediate and stark. This is the city's pulsing core, a place of towering concrete and steel, where the perpetual hum of human activity is only momentarily quelled by the nightly blackout. The anxieties here are amplified, reflecting off the sheer surfaces of the skyscrapers, creating a sense of claustrophobia even in the wide avenues. Our new witness is a man entirely dedicated to documentation, Mr. Wallace, Wally, Vance. Wally is a journalist for one of the major metropolitan dailies, a man whose entire professional existence revolves around translating chaos into legible, repeatable facts. But tonight, facts are proving to be as elusive and unstable as the gigantic object that has just vanished over the eastern hills. Wally is stationed near his newspaper's offices, a vantage point he chose specifically to be at the center of the flow of information, ready to sprint to the city desk the moment the all clear siren sounded. It is now approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, and the atmosphere around him is thick with the emotional residue of the intense 15-minute bombardment. The air, usually smelling of exhaust and stale coffee, is now dominated by the sharp, metallic odor of spent gunpowder and the faint, unsettling scent of ozone. Imagine Wally, a man in his late 30s, standing beneath the colossal, darkened facade of the City Hall building. The blackout is strictly enforced here, leaving the streets in an inky blackness so profound it seems to swallow sound. His breath comes out in small, visible puffs in the cool night air. He wears a pressed trench coat, a uniform of his trade, and clutches a small notepad and a pencil, though his notes from the last hour are already a meaningless tangle of hurried, illegible lines. He felt the initial stirrings of the chaos not as sight, but as raw vibration. Downtown, where the concrete runs deep, the concussion of the anti-aircraft guns was not a mere distant sound, but a powerful physical shockwave. It felt as though the very earth beneath his feet was being struck by a blunt, furious force. Each boom was accompanied by a deep, resonant tremor that traveled through the soles of his leather shoes, up his legs, and settled as a dull ache in his chest. When the searchlights flared to life, Wally was momentarily captivated. He had seen drills before, mock engagements where the lights played harmlessly over the clouds. But this was different. This was a coordinated, frantic convergence. Beams from miles away, from the coastal batteries, from the valley, all snapping into position with a singular, desperate focus. They illuminated the underside of the high, dense cloud cover, turning the sky into a shimmering, oppressive dome of light. Wally had managed to find a partially shielded rooftop vantage point, allowing him to see the drama unfold against the backdrop of the hills. When the object appeared, bathed in that terrible, collective glare, his journalistic detachment shattered. His pencil froze above the paper, his mind momentarily incapable of processing the information. He had been prepared to write about a Japanese bomber formation, about the courage of the American defenses, about the tragedy of a dropped bomb. But how does one write about a silent, gigantic, unmoving shadow that seems to shrug off an entire nation's anti-aircraft fire? He described the object to himself in the quiet chambers of his own mind, struggling to find the right adjective. Vast felt too small. Ominous felt too vague. It was more than a ship or a plane. It felt like a geographical feature, a massive, dark cloud given impossible solidity, defying the laws of aerodynamics and the destructive power of modern munitions. He watched, utterly mesmerized, as the relentless, percussive thump-thump-thump of the heavy guns was answered only by the object's serene, silent passage. When the object finally began its slow drift eastward, passing directly over the downtown area, the panic below began to crescendo. The sound of the anti-aircraft fire, now directly overhead, was deafening, amplified by the canyons of the city streets. The streets, which had been mostly deserted due to the blackout curfew, began to fill with sudden, frightened movement. Wally could hear the sounds clearly, echoing off the high buildings. The sudden, sharp wail of a child, the hurried, ragged shouts of people emerging from bomb shelters or flop houses, and the sharp shatter of glass as fragments of spent shell casings began to rain down from the sky. He realized the severity of the danger. The ordnance was exploding at thousands of feet, but the debris, shrapnel and shell fragments had to fall somewhere. He watched one piece, a dark, fast-moving projectile, slam into the pavement 50 feet away, kicking up a shower of sparks and pulverized concrete. The thought was chilling. The most immediate danger wasn't from the enemy, but from their own desperate defense. Wally took shelter momentarily behind a massive concrete pillar, forcing himself to breathe deeply, attempting to reset his journalistic focus. He needed details, tangible proof of the night's events beyond the incredible, unbelievable sight in the sky. He witnessed a small scene that defined the chaos. A traffic control warden, a stern, uniformed man who had been directing blackout compliance all night, was now running down the street, his uniform askew, his voice a series of panicked, meaningless gasps. The man's rigid adherence to order had been instantly dissolved by the confrontation with the impossible. As the firing began to subside and the searchlights started to blink out, Wally emerged cautiously. The subsequent silence was palpable, a heavy, cottony sound that pressed in on the ears. This was the moment his real work began, gathering the testimonies of the shell-shocked witnesses. He approached a small group huddled in the doorway of a darkened diner. They were workers, a cook, a waitress, and a late-shift janitor, their faces pale, their eyes wide with disbelief, still gazing upward at the newly returned empty darkness. "Did you see it?" Wally asked, his voice low, steady, forcing a professional calm he didn't feel. The waitress, a young woman named Lily, was shaking visibly. She didn't look at Wally, only at the empty sky. "It wasn't a plane," she whispered, her voice barely audible. It was too big, like a ship. A big, gray, silent ship. And the shells, they went right around it. It didn't even flinch. The cook, a powerfully built man with flour dusting his apron, was more aggressive in his denial of the known. I'm an old Navy man. I know the sound of a 5-inch hitting metal. That thing took 1,000 rounds. It should be dust. It should have burned for 20 minutes. It was solid, but it wasn't metal. His confusion was edged with a bitter, defeated frustration. He was a man whose core knowledge of warfare had been utterly invalidated in minutes. Wally scribbled their fragmented descriptions into his notebook, fighting the urge to write the truth. Unidentified, gigantic object shrugs off U.S. fire. Instead, he noted down the keywords: large, gray, silent, unyielding. He then moved toward the remnants of the military presence, a command car that was now a focal point of confusion. A harried young corporal was attempting to secure the area, nervously sweeping his hooded flashlight over the street. Corporal. Wally pressed, using his journalist's badge as leverage. What was the official designation of the target? Was it confirmed enemy? The corporal averted his gaze, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. Sir, I can't say, sir. Status is currently ambiguous. Orders are to report it as hostile, but also to confirm only that aerial activity took place. Any confirmation of a downed object is unverified. Wally understood the language immediately. Ambiguous meant the military had no idea what it was. Unverified meant they had no debris, no wreckage, no smoking hole in the ground to prove that their intense, costly barrage had actually hit anything at all. The entire defensive effort had been a spectacular, powerful display of futility. He realized the story wasn't just about what was in the sky. It was about the psychological impact on the ground. It was the story of thousands of Angelenos witnessing their most powerful defenses fail against a silent, unknowable intruder. The profound sense of being watched and ignored by something vastly superior was now settling over the city like a heavy mist. Wally walked slowly back towards his office, the night now eerily silent. The only sound was the far-off, rhythmic clang of a cleanup crew beginning the arduous process of collecting the tons of spent anti-aircraft shell casings that littered the streets and rooftops. His professional dilemma was immense. His duty was to report the truth, but the truth was unbelievable. He knew the military would release a statement blaming flares, or a lost meteorological balloon, or simply war nerves. An attempt to impose a rational framework onto a deeply irrational event. If he wrote what he saw, he risked his career, ridicule, and a charge of inciting panic. If he wrote the official line, he felt he would be complicit in a fundamental, terrifying lie. He paused on the steps of his newspaper building, looking up at the now clear, star-dusted sky. A quiet, indifferent expanse that held no hint of the chaos that had transpired beneath it. The air was colder now, the initial adrenaline wearing off, leaving behind a deep, bone-weary fatigue. Wally reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small piece of debris he had retrieved from the sidewalk. A dark, jagged piece of shrapnel, hot when he found it, now cool and heavy in his palm. This was his one tangible, concrete piece of proof that something had happened, that the guns had fired. But it was only proof of the action, not proof of the object itself. The evidence of the colossal, silent visitor had simply flown away, leaving behind only the spent casings of their defeated defense. He knew that by dawn, the official narrative would already be set in stone, smoothing over the sharp edges of the night's terrifying truth. His job now was not to capture the truth, but to navigate the conflicting realities, the truth of the eyes against the dictated truth of the military. He stood there, the cool weight of the shrapnel in his hand, a solitary figure caught between the vast, silent mystery above and the immediate, noisy demands of the press below. The profound sense of stillness that had followed the clamor now felt like a veil, a thin covering over a very deep, very unsettling reality. The heart of the city, he realized, was forever altered, carrying within its concrete structure the hidden memory of the night when humanity's defenses proved utterly inadequate against a brief, silent visit from the absolute unknown. Chapter 4. The Ghost on the Screen. Our narrative now drills down into the precise, highly technical heart of the military's defense grid, shifting our focus from the emotional and visual shock of the city center to the isolated, high-pressure environment of the radar bunker. It is here, far beneath the searchlights and the anti-aircraft barrage, that the anomaly of the night first registered as a blip of defiance against the established laws of aviation. We are now tracking the experience of Specialist First Class Danny. Roth, an exceptionally gifted radar operator working in a subterranean command post near the Coastal Defense Network. The time is nearing 2:15 in the morning, moments after the primary barrage has ceased, and the initial wave of adrenaline is giving way to confusion and cold professionalism. Imagine Danny, seated in a cramped, artificially lit room that smells faintly of electrical equipment, recycled air, and strong coffee. His entire world is contained within the faint, glowing green sweep of the plan position indicator, PPI scope, the circular screen where the unseen reality of the sky is translated into tiny, luminous echoes. His headset is tight, his eyes tired, and his shoulders ache from the hours spent leaning over the console, diligently tracking the familiar returns of patrol aircraft and the predictable scattering of atmospheric interference. Danny is a methodical man, a human calculator whose mind is wired for precision. He takes solace in the objective truth offered by the radar's technology. Unlike the frantic, subjective reports filtering in from the searchlight operators above, the scope does not lie. It displays distance, altitude, and speed, the undeniable facts of airborne reality, until tonight. The alert had been instantaneous, triggered not by a visual spotter, but by the inexplicable appearance of a target track well outside the normal maritime lanes. Initially, the object, or objects, registered as strong, large returns, behaving less like individual aircraft and more like a massive, slow-moving front. Danny calculated the speed and found it was moving with an unnaturally constant, deliberate velocity, far slower than a bomber would fly at that altitude, yet far faster than any observation balloon. The first profound moment of technical dread occurred when the hostile identification was confirmed by HQ, and the anti-aircraft batteries were ordered to commence fire. As the guns began their deep, ground-shaking thump, Danny watched the scope for the telltale bloom of the flak bursts. Normally, when a target is hit or is in close proximity to the detonation of a shell, the resulting smoke and debris creates a momentary, chaotic blotch on the screen, a clear indication of engagement. But for this target, nothing of the sort occurred. Danny watched, his heart sinking with a slow, cold certainty as the tracking blip, a solid, luminous mark, moved directly through the area where the flak was exploding, yet never wavered, never fragmented, and never disappeared. It was as if the intense energy and metallic debris of hundreds of high-explosive shells had simply been swallowed by the target's presence, leaving no trace on the sensitive radar display. He checked his equipment, running rapid diagnostics and recalibrating the gain, convinced his set had malfunctioned. "Recalibrating now, Lieutenant," he muttered into his throat mic. "We're getting no interference signature from the bursts." Lieutenant Carver, a tired, skeptical man, leaned over Danny's shoulder, his breath smelling of stale tobacco. "It's happening across the entire sector, Roth. The whole grid is showing the same damn thing. The shells are exploding at the right range, but the primary return is unaffected." The implications of this fact were staggering, and they resonated throughout the bunker with a silence far more intense than the sounds of the battle above. It meant one of three impossible things. The target was massive enough to simply absorb the explosions without changing its flight path or scattering debris. The target was somehow generating a field that masked the radar signature of surrounding shell bursts. The shells were not hitting anything solid at all, but the searchlights were illuminating some kind of atmospheric phenomenon that coincidentally moved like a craft. Danny, relying on the cold logic of his equipment, dismissed the last option. The return was too strong, too precise for atmospheric interference. It was a solid object, but its ability to negate the effects of the anti-aircraft fire contradicted every known principle of aerial warfare. As the target drifted further inland, moving over the densely populated urban area, the same path Wally Vance was watching from below, Danny noticed another chilling anomaly. He began to see secondary targets appearing, flickering in and out of existence, moving with impossible speed around the main, slow-moving blip. These smaller returns, he estimated, were moving at speeds that defied the structural limits of any aluminum-al aircraft of the time. "Sir, I'm showing satellites," Danny reported, his voice tight. "Small, very rapid tracks peeling away from the main target. They're moving too fast for our interceptors. They're accelerating to impossible velocity and then disappearing beyond the grid boundary." Carver leaned closer, peering at the screen. He saw the fleeting, ghost-like movements, small, luminous dashes that darted across the scope in the blink of an eye. "They're just scatter echoes, Roth. Interference from the power grid. Focus on the main contact." But Danny knew better. Scatter echoes were random. These were deliberate maneuvers, coordinated, brief appearances of objects that moved with a fluidity and lack of inertia that contradicted the science he had studied. It was as though the object was shedding faster-moving probes, reconnaissance elements that were dipping quickly toward the ground before rocketing away. This realization introduced a psychological element far more profound than the fear of a bombing raid. It suggested that the occupants of this massive, silent shadow were not merely being attacked. They were studying the attack, analyzing the human defense systems with calm, detached observation. The military had been shooting at a giant observation platform that was, in turn, releasing faster, smaller objects to gather data. When the order finally came to cease fire and extinguish the searchlights, the main target did not simply fade. It executed one last, distinct movement that Danny tracked with painstaking precision. The massive, slow blip on the PPI scope made a single, sharp, 90-degree turn, an instantaneous shift in direction that any conventional craft would require miles of radius and significant deceleration to execute. The turn was performed without any indication of momentum or inertia, a smooth, silent pivot on its central axis before it continued its trajectory out toward the open, unpopulated darkness of the desert. Danny held his breath, watching the blip move slowly and steadily until it passed the boundary of his display grid, becoming once again the great, terrible unknown. The screen was suddenly empty, save for the familiar returns of commercial air traffic starting to file tentative reports and the harmless noise of the atmosphere. The silence in the bunker, after the relentless concentration of the last hour, was deafening. The only sound was the low, steady whine of the radar machinery and the frantic scribbling of Carver as he wrote the final, official report. Carver looked up at Danny, his eyes wide and hollow. "Roth, in the official report, we confirm a large cluster of slow-moving targets that we believe to be the result of a misidentified meteorological balloon that disintegrated upon entering the high-altitude jet stream. The subsequent secondary contacts were static interference created by the humidity and the proximity of the coastal batteries." He paused, letting the words hang in the air, a profound and necessary lie. "You saw no instantaneous changes in trajectory, no objects moving beyond our calculated maximum velocity, and no evidence that the primary target was unaffected by the anti-aircraft fire. Is that understood, specialist?" Danny looked from the lieutenant's strained, authoritative face to the still glowing, yet utterly empty, PPI scope. He was a man whose entire professional identity was based on truth through technology. His technology had just shown him an undeniable reality that his chain of command was now asking him to erase. The truth, in this instance, was an immediate threat to the carefully constructed narrative of wartime security. He swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and fear bitter on his tongue. He knew the cost of contradicting a direct, closed-door order. He also knew the profound, terrifying truth of what his instrument had recorded. "Understood, Lieutenant." Danny replied, the words flat and professional, devoid of the internal turmoil they masked. His voice was steady, the years of military training overcoming the momentary shock of his conscience. But as he sat there, meticulously cleaning the dust from the glass of his console, his mind was racing. The ghost on the screen, that massive, silent blip that shrugged off high explosives and then turned on a dime, was an indelible truth, one that would remain locked deep within the isolated world of the radar bunker. It was a secret shared only by the few men who understood the raw, uninterpreted data, a truth they were now professionally bound to deny. He began the slow process of filing the night's tracking charts, the paper cool and crisp under his fingers. The charts contained the damning data, the smooth, impossible turn, the unaffected trajectory, the impossible velocity of the smaller, darting satellites. He knew that these raw records would be instantly classified and stored in a vault miles away, sealed from public scrutiny. They were no longer evidence. They were a profound military secret, the physical record of a reality they had just decided to collectively disbelieve. The room settled into the quiet hum of routine. But for Danny Roth, the quiet was deceptive. It was the quiet of a man who had seen the boundaries of his known world dissolved by a single, impossible blip on a radar screen, and who was now forced to live with the knowledge that the greatest threat to his city that night was not from a known enemy, but from something vast, silent, and entirely unconstrained by the laws of their fragile terrestrial physics. He sat, staring at the green sweep of the radar, waiting for the familiar, boring routine to reclaim his mind, knowing that some truths once seen can never truly be unlearned. Chapter 5. The Ghost in the Official Record. We draw now to the close of our extraordinary night, slowly pulling back from the intense, localized dramas of our witnesses and widening our lens to view the dawn breaking over the city of Los Angeles. A dawn that brought not clarity, but a profound and layered deception. The time is approaching 7 o'clock in the morning, and the sun is beginning its climb over the eastern mountains, painting the sky with the innocuous hues of a normal February day. The events of the preceding hours, the searchlights, the colossal silent object, the deafening anti-aircraft fire, have been swept away by the city's urgent return to routine. Yet the air still feels different, charged with a subtle, electric residue of the unbelievable. For Elias Thorne, the searchlight operator, and Danny Roth, the radar specialist, the memory is locked behind a firm wall of military order. For Wally Vance, the journalist, the memory is a conflict etched onto his soul, demanding resolution. Imagine Wally Vance, still clutching the heavy shrapnel fragment in his coat pocket, seated at his desk in the bustling, noisy newsroom. The room is a hive of activity, fueled by stale coffee and the frantic energy of an unfolding national story. Telephones ring incessantly, typewriters clack like machine guns, and editors bark contradictory demands. Wally's mind, however, is miles away, still fixed on the silent transit of the colossal shadow. He knows his notebook contains the terrifying truth, but he also knows the version of events that is already taking shape on the front page. The official narrative is already circulating through the wires, a story carefully constructed to soothe, to assure, and critically to deny. At 9:15 in the morning, the War Department releases its statement. Wally watches the teletype machine clatter out the words that will be distributed across the nation, words that will attempt to erase the memory of what thousands of people saw with their own eyes. The official explanation is a masterwork of ambiguity and denial. It speaks of unidentified aircraft, initially spotted near the coast, an identification later deemed to be erroneous. It then pivots decisively to blame a wandering meteorological balloon, a single harmless object that supposedly triggered the cascading military response. The barrage, the statement concludes, was excessive, a tragic consequence of war nerves, and a failure of command to properly identify the slow-moving, high-altitude target. Wally reads the words again, slowly, deliberately. Meteorological balloon, mistaken identity, war nerves. He thinks of the gun crews he watched, desperately firing hundreds of 5-inch shells. He remembers the cook, the Navy man, stating flatly that the target should have been dust. He pictures the massive, silent shadow hanging unmoving in the collective glare of dozens of powerful searchlights. A balloon. The explanation feels thinner than tissue paper, a transparent fabrication designed to protect the fragile confidence of a nation at war. He then receives a call from his editor, a terse, demanding voice on the other end of the line. "Vance, your piece needs to match the official statement. We run the truth as the military defines it, you understand. No sensationalism about silent warships or unflinching shadows. The angle is national unity and military overreaction. We avoid panic. You will write that the incident was a tragic but understandable mistake in the fog of war." Wally puts down the receiver, his hand heavy with the finality of the command. He opens his notebook, looks at the chaotic scribble, too big, no flame, turned instantly. And then slowly, with a profound sense of loss, he begins to write the lie. He crafts a perfectly reasonable, perfectly sanitizing account that embraces the military's explanation, burying the unsettling truth beneath layers of plausible, comforting falsehood. This, he realizes, is the deeper, more profound tragedy of the night. The truth itself became a casualty of war, deemed too dangerous for the public mind. The conflicting realities, a summation of evidence. Let us now step back and look at the real-world conflict of evidence that this night produced, the very conflict that Wally Vance was forced to ignore, and that Danny Roth and Elias Thorne were forced to conceal. This ambiguity is what has kept the Battle of Lowe's Angels, also known as the Great Lowe's Angels Air Raid, a source of fascination for historians and cryptid researchers for decades. The official military explanation, focusing on the meteorological balloon, immediately crumbled under the weight of contradictory testimony and physical evidence. 1. The duration and volume of fire. The official story struggled to explain why an incident involving a single, known object, a slow-moving balloon, would result in an intense, sustained barrage lasting over 50 minutes, involving more than 1,400 anti-aircraft rounds. The sheer commitment of fire, which spanned multiple batteries across the entire Los Angeles basin, suggested a target that was clearly visible to multiple searchlight crews and commanders for a long duration, and one that was clearly considered a significant threat. 2. The inconsistencies of the target. The physical descriptions offered by thousands of Angelenos, including Clara Hemlock and the civilians Wally interviewed, were remarkably consistent. A massive, dark object, sometimes described as elliptical or cigar-shaped, moving at a slow pace but maintaining high altitude. Crucially, the object was described as being unflinching and unaffected by the hundreds of explosions immediately surrounding it. If the target was a balloon, it should have been shredded by the very first bursts. If it were a conventional aircraft, it should have been forced to change course or descend. The impervious nature of the target is the central mystery. 3. The classified radar data. As our imagined specialist Roth learned, the raw radar data told a story that was instantly classified. Reports from the 14th Air Interceptor Command initially reported a confirmed radar track, reinforcing the idea that this was a solid object. The nature of the movement, its slow, deliberate trajectory followed by a sudden, non-inertial exit, defies the known capabilities of 1942 technology and remains one of the most compelling arguments for the event being a genuine unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP. 4. The physical damage. The only confirmed physical damage sustained during the entire event was not caused by an enemy bomb, but by the friendly fire of U.S. anti-aircraft shells. The thousands of shell fragments and shrapnel pieces, like the one Wally held, rained down across the metropolitan area, causing structural damage to property and tragically resulting in 5 civilian fatalities, 3 from car accidents caused by the ensuing panic, and 2 from heart attacks. The city was wounded, not by a foreign attack, but by its own desperate defense against an unidentifiable threat. The quiet aftermath and the lingering question by the time the next day dawned, the entire event had been effectively reclassified as an error. The story faded quickly from the headlines, overshadowed by the very real, very human tragedies of the war in the Pacific. The searchlights were returned to their standby positions, the spent shell casings were cleared, and the citizens of Los Angeles were reassured that they had nothing to fear but war nerves. But for those who were directly involved, the gunners, the searchlight crews, the radar operators, and the civilian witnesses who had peered into the terrifying truth of the sky, the memory endured. They had seen something that could not be explained, something that challenged their understanding of military power and the vast, unsettling mysteries that might exist just beyond the veil of everyday life. Imagine Clara Hemlock, weeks later, sitting by her fireplace, the soft, crackling sound now a source of comfort rather than a backdrop to terror. She knows the newspapers say it was a balloon. She knows the radio says it was a mistake. But she also knows what she saw, a colossal, silent thing, utterly indifferent to the combined military might of her nation. The official explanation only deepens the mystery, cloaking the genuine phenomenon in layers of government-sanctioned disbelief. This enduring dichotomy, the conflict between the extraordinary visual truth and the mundane official record, is why the Battle of Los Angeles endures not just as a historical event, but as one of the most iconic and debated moments in the history of UAP research. It is a moment where the full, overwhelming force of military defense was brought to bear on a target that simply refused to adhere to the laws of war, and then vanished, leaving behind only the profound, unsettling silence of a profound, unsolved mystery. As the fireplace crackles softly now, and the warm, rhythmic sounds envelop you, let the noise of the conflict fade. Let the tension of the searchlights and the thunder of the guns dissipate. All that remains is the question, hanging softly in the quiet air. What really passed over the city that night in 1942? Was it a massive, lost weather balloon, or was it the first great, undeniable evidence of something far more vast, far more silent, and far more incomprehensible, simply passing through our fragile airspace? Drift now into the quiet reflection, letting the ambiguity settle softly over you, knowing that some of the deepest truths are found not in the bold headlines of a newspaper, but in the soft, persistent whispers of those who were there. The night is long, the fire is warm, and the mysteries of the sky are endless. The Witness Stories, Chapter 1, The Hum of the Coast. Let the night settle around you. The world outside your window is quiet now. The sounds of the day have faded, and the gentle hum of the unseen can begin to make itself known. Imagine for a moment that quiet hum is the sound of a large, complex machine sitting in a dark, cold room. It is the rhythmic, almost hypnotic sound of an SCR-268 radar set, diligently scanning the vast, dark expanse of the Pacific sky. We are going back in time, not to the frantic chaos of battle, but to the quiet, almost mundane moments that precede it. We are going back to Los Angeles, California in the early days of 1942, and we are going to meet a young man. His name is Arthur Finch. Arthur is 22 years old, thin, with spectacles that often slip down his nose when he's concentrating. He is not built for heroics. He is not a fighter pilot, nor a Marine storming a beach. Arthur is a quiet man from a small town in rural Kansas. He loves the slow, predictable rhythm of the plains, the vast, unchanging sky, and the comforting drone of a summer cicada. The war has brought him here, to the edge of the world, to a small, concrete bunker nestled into the rugged cliffs overlooking the Santa Monica Bay. He trades the familiar, endless horizon of wheat fields for the equally endless, but far more menacing, horizon of the Pacific Ocean. His uniform, rough wool, feels heavy on his shoulders. He misses the worn denim of his farm clothes. He misses the smell of freshly turned earth. Here, the air always carries the scent of salt, damp concrete, and the faint, metallic tang of ozone from the radar equipment. It is January 1942, just weeks before the night that will change everything. Arthur's days are long, mostly spent in the bunker, staring at a pale green screen. Imagine the room. It is small, cramped, and dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. Wires snake across the floor like sleeping serpents. Heavy, clunky equipment built for function rather than comfort fills every available space. The main feature of the room, besides the radar screen itself, is the constant low hum. HMMMMMMM. It is the sound of power, the sound of radio waves being generated, sent out into the void, and then received back again. It is the sound of constant vigilance. Arthur often thinks of it as the breath of the coast, a slow, steady, mechanical inhale and exhale, always listening. His job is to watch the screen, a circular glass tube glowing with a soft, ethereal green light. A thin, luminous line sweeps around the screen, rotating like the hand of an invisible clock. This sweeping line is the radar's eye. When it encounters an object, a plane, a ship, a distant mountain, it registers a small, bright spike, a blip. Most blips are familiar. The regular patrol routes of American aircraft heading out over the water and then returning. The occasional ship moving slowly through the shipping lanes. Arthur has learned the rhythm of these blips. He can almost anticipate them. They are like predictable notes in the vast electronic symphony of the air. But the war has introduced new notes, disharmonious ones. Just weeks before, the Japanese Imperial Navy had launched a devastating attack on Pearl Harbor, thousands of miles across that very ocean. The shockwaves of that attack had traveled all the way to Los Angeles. The city, once a sun-drenched paradise, was now a place of profound anxiety. Every night, Arthur would walk from his small barracks to the bunker, passing homes where blackout curtains were drawn tight against the windows. Not a single sliver of light was allowed to escape into the night. The city was a vast, dark canvas, waiting for a brushstroke of fire. He understood the fear. He felt it too, a low thrumming beneath his own skin, mirroring the hum of his machine. His duty felt immense. He was just one small cog, but if he missed something, if he misinterpreted a blip, the consequences could be catastrophic. Imagine the weight of that responsibility. The millions of sleeping citizens behind you, trusting in your tired eyes, trusting in the erratic sweep of your green line. One evening, a few weeks before the main event, the tension became very real. Arthur was off duty, trying to read a letter from home when the news came in. A Japanese submarine, the I-17, had surfaced off the coast near Santa Barbara, about 100 miles north of Los Angeles. It had shelled the Elwood oil field. Not a massive attack, but a terrifying symbol. The enemy was here. Not across the ocean, not in the distant islands, but right on their doorstep. Arthur heard the story on the crackling radio in the common room. The news anchor's voice was grim. The other soldiers were silent, their faces drawn. He could almost feel the presence of that submarine. He could imagine its dark, sleek hull breaking the surface of the Pacific, a silent hunter rising from the depths. He thought of the ocean he watched every day, so vast, so empty, but now it felt full of unseen menace. That night when he returned to his bunker for his shift, the hum of the radar felt different. It was no longer just a sound, it was a nervous pulse. He stared at the screen, his fingers hovering over the dials. Every tiny flicker, every piece of interference sent a ripple of cold fear through him. He was waiting for a blip that wasn't supposed to be there. He was waiting for the impossible. The commander, a stern man named Captain Davies, often paced the small room. He didn't say much, but his presence was a constant reminder of the stakes. "Eyes on the screen, Finch." He would grumble, "Don't blink." Arthur never blinked. His gaze was fixed, unwavering. He felt like a human extension of the machine, his own senses intertwined with its electronic ones. The hours passed slowly. The rhythm of the sweeps, the quiet reports, the occasional crackle of static. He thought of his mother back in Kansas, listening to the same radio broadcast, worrying about her son on the distant, vulnerable coast. He hoped she wouldn't hear about the submarine. He hoped she wouldn't imagine the same dark shapes he did. The cold of the bunker seeped into his bones. He shivered, pulling his wool coat tighter around him. The night outside was deep and moonless. The ocean below was a vast, inky blackness, and the radar hummed on, relentless, patient, listening for a ghost. Let yourself feel that deep quiet now. The isolation, the rhythmic hum, the intense focus on a single point of light waiting for the unexpected. This is Arthur Finch's world, a world of silent vigilance, where the greatest battles are often fought in the lonely space between a flickering green line and the rising dread in a young man's heart. The days blur together for Arthur. They become a slow, predictable march of routine, which is both tedious and, paradoxically, life-saving. For a man whose nerves are constantly frayed by the thought of sudden, invisible death. Routine is a form of armor. The routine begins not with the screen, but with the machine itself. The SCR-268 radar set demands constant tending. It is a temperamental, bulky guardian. Arthur and his fellow technicians must constantly monitor the vacuum tubes, listening for the telltale hiss or crackle that signifies a fault. They must calibrate the massive antenna array outside, a structure that looks like a giant metal basket revolving slowly in the relentless coastal wind. Imagine the sound when they adjust the internal workings. The soft electrical snaps, the smell of dust burning off hot metal, the deep resonating thrum of the power coils. Arthur is meticulous. He records the data with a fastidious hand, his writing neat and small. He records the ambient temperature, the humidity, the power output. He seeks perfection in the numbers because perfection in the numbers means predictability in the sky. He knows that any glitch in the equipment will be blamed on war nerves, on carelessness, or on sabotage. The atmosphere of suspicion, the constant talk of fifth columnists and spies, ensures that every single error is treated as a potential act of betrayal. Arthur trusts his machine, but he does not trust the air around his machine. He spends long stretches of time in the bunker with only one other man, usually a senior non-commissioned officer, Sergeant Hollies, a grizzled veteran who chain smokes and rarely speaks. Sergeant Hollies is Arthur's anchor to reality. Hollies has seen real combat, not just the electronic ghosting of it. He seems immune to the fear that grips Arthur. Hollies just sits on a stool, leaning back against the cool concrete wall. He watches Arthur watch the screen. Anything, Finch? Hollies asks every 15 minutes. The same question every time. Routine sweeps, Sergeant. Arthur replies the same answer, and this repetition is soothing. It is the ritual that keeps the anxiety at bay. The sweep of the line is a metronome, the question is a chime, and the answer is a confirmation of safety. Arthur learned to retreat into his own mind during these long hours. He would contrast the dark, sterile confines of the bunker with the images of home, the vast, blue sky over Kansas, the loud, vibrant color of a field of corn in late summer. He finds it ironic. He is supposed to be defending the sprawling, glittering modernity of Los Angeles, a city he doesn't know, a city he barely understands. But he can only find calm by thinking of the simple, unchanging world he left behind. And always the silent, terrifying thought, if something comes, I am the first to know. The hours leading up to the great event, the late afternoon and evening of February 24th, 1942, were particularly fraught. The air itself seemed to carry the tension. The temperature had dropped sharply. The ocean wind, usually a damp coolness, was now bitter and dry, whistling through the vents of the bunker. Captain Davies had ordered all crews to double-check their power sources. There were whispers, unconfirmed of course, but terrifying whispers, that the shelling near Elwood was a probe, a precursor to something much larger. Arthur and Hollies are on the midnight shift, starting at 2300 hours. 11 o'clock, Arthur takes his seat. He runs his gloved hand over the dials and switches. They are cold. He checks his plotting charts. He checks the logbook. Everything is in order. Everything is ready. He stares at the screen. The green sweep is clean, clear. Looks like a quiet night, Finch, Hollies mutters, lighting a cigarette. The smell of sulfur and tobacco instantly cuts through the ozone scent of the electronics. Yes, Sergeant, Arthur replies, not looking away from the glass. He desperately wants Hollies to be right. He wants this to be a silent, boring, routine night. But inside, something has shifted. He feels a premonition, not a vision of something specific, but a profound physical dread that feels like a weight settling on his chest. It is the feeling of a calm sea before a great, distant storm. The silence of the Pacific is too deep. The blackness is too absolute. He focuses on the sweeping line. It is his only reality. The line originates at the center of the screen, representing the radar station itself, and sweeps out, marking distance and direction. He watches for known landmarks. The faint, predictable returns from the distant hills. These are fixed points. These are safe points. But his mind is alert, hunting for an anomaly. He knows the limitations of the SCR-268 better than anyone. It is excellent at detecting large metallic objects, but it is less effective at high altitudes. It is prone to interference from certain kinds of weather patterns. It is, fundamentally, a primitive tool attempting to master an infinitely complex sky. He wonders what the enemy might be using. He wonders if they have developed a material that could cloak a plane. He wonders if they are already flying above the effective range of his machine, watching him. The hours drag on. 11:30, 12 o'clock. Arthur shifts his position slightly. He forces himself to breathe slowly, matching his inhale and exhale to the hum of the equipment. He hears the distant sound of waves crashing below the cliff. It is the only natural sound in the bunker. It is a constant reminder of the unseen vastness right outside the concrete walls. The light of the screen reflects faintly on Holly's face. The sergeant looks like a marble statue in the gloom, only moving to tap ash from his cigarette. 1:30 in the morning. This is the dead zone of the night, the time when the body naturally wants to sleep, the time when alertness is at its lowest ebb. Arthur forces his eyelids wide. He grabs the stylus used to mark coordinates on the screen and grips it tightly. He focuses on the center of the screen, where the line begins its outward journey. Tells himself, routine, routine, nothing out there, but the air is too cold. The silence is too expectant. He watches the line sweep past the horizon line, the zone where the sea meets the sky, represented by the faint, low spike on the scope. And then just after the line passes the 90-mile mark, where the screen should be clean, where there should be nothing but silent, returning waves, a small interruption. A spike of light appears, sharp and brief, against the green glow. It is too small to be a ship. It is too far out to be a known aircraft. It registers only for a moment, and then the sweeping line passes over it and the area returns to darkness. Arthur freezes. His breathing stops. He did not blink. He saw it. He forces himself to be meticulous. He waits for the next sweep. And when the line returns precisely on the same bearing, the spike is there again. A little brighter this time, a little stronger. It is definitely there. It is definite. It is unknown. And it is coming closer. Arthur's heart begins to pound in the silence of the bunker, drowning out even the low hum of the radar. He swallows hard. He raises his hand to the phone receiver, the plastic cold against his damp skin. Holly's has not moved. Arthur has to tell him. He has to break the sacred ritual of silence. "Sergeant," Arthur says, his voice a tight, unfamiliar squeak in the small room. I have a contact." The moment the words leave his lips, the hum of the coast seems to change its tone, rising from a passive drone to a sharp electric whine. The long wait is over. The ghost has arrived. The word, contact, hung in the cold, humming air of the bunker like a chemical mist. It was a single, simple word, yet it contained the weight of millions of sleeping lives. Sergeant Holly's, the marble statue of quiet vigilance, finally moved. His action was not frantic, but slow, deliberate, and chillingly professional. He did not jump up. He did not shout. He simply let his cigarette drop to the concrete floor, where it glowed briefly before Arthur's foot instinctively moved to crush it out. Holly's moved to the radar console. He leaned over Arthur's shoulder, his breath smelling of stale smoke and coffee. "Point it out, Finch," he said, his voice now lower, stripped of its lazy monotone, becoming the crisp, tight sound of military command. Arthur, his heart hammering against his ribs, guided the stylus. His hand was shaking slightly, the tiny tremor visible in the light of the screen. Bearing 020, Sergeant. Range 90 miles. Single, strong return, non-standard trajectory. Hollis watched the green line sweep. Whoosh. The line passed over the area. There it was, a brief, luminous spike. Undeniable. Hollis watched 2 more sweeps. He didn't speak. He was measuring the movement, the speed, the direction. He was performing the cold, logical calculation that Arthur's fear had already made. Non-standard how? Hollis finally asked. It's too steady, Sergeant, too slow for a patrol bomber, too high for a sub. It's maintaining altitude perfectly, but its speed is deliberate, like it's not fighting the air. Hollis straightened up. His face, still half hidden in shadow, was hard. He walked to a second console where the equipment logs were kept. This was the moment of verification, the critical check that separated a real threat from a faulty vacuum tube. He rapidly ran through the diagnostic checklist. He checked the transmitter power. He checked the frequency stability. He checked the receiver sensitivity. Arthur watched, agonizingly aware of the seconds ticking past, seconds in which the unknown object was inexorably closing the distance. Click. Whir. Snap. Hollis worked quickly, his movements mechanical, betraying none of the tension in the room. Finally, he spoke, his voice dry. Equipment is nominal, Finch. The blip is real. This was the terrifying confirmation. It was not a mistake. The ghost existed outside the confines of their bunker. Report to the filter board, Hollis ordered, pointing to the phone. Standard military brevity. Coordinates, range, speed, trajectory. Then hold for confirmation. Arthur grabbed the heavy black handset. The plastic was cool and worn. He pressed the button labeled Central. He heard the sharp click of the connection, followed by the sound of static and a distant, muffled cough. Filter board, Private Finch, SCR 268 Station 41, reporting a Category A unknown. The man on the other end, miles away in a different bunker, was sleepy, bored, and tired of false alarms. Go ahead, 41. Make it quick. Arthur took a deep breath, forcing the tremor out of his voice, letting the military discipline take over. He had to be a machine now, detached and precise. At 0137 hours, contact acquired, bearing 020, range 88 miles, moving inbound on a course for Los Angeles Basin. He paused, listening for the reaction. The line was silent, save for the crackling. Classification 41. The voice asked, skeptical now. Unknown, sir. Speed is estimated at 50 knots. Maintaining fixed altitude. Behavior is non-conventional, not consistent with friendly air traffic. There was a long, excruciating silence on the line. Arthur could almost picture the man in the filter board room, yawning, rubbing his eyes, looking at a map that contradicted Arthur's data. Finch, are you reading a weather return? Atmospheric interference is high tonight. Negative, sir. Sergeant Hollis has verified equipment nominal. Contact is solid and moving. Range now 87 miles. Arthur emphasized the tightening distance, requesting permission to escalate to yellow alert. The yellow alert. That was the first official step toward lighting the city on fire. It meant waking the high command. It meant mobilizing the anti-aircraft units. It was the point of no return. A new voice cut onto the line, sharper, higher rank. This is Major Gentry. Give me that reading again, Private. Slowly. Arthur repeated the data, word for word, his precision unwavering. He knew his job now was not to analyze, but to be an absolutely trustworthy, unblinking mirror of the truth on his screen. After another agonizing minute of silence and muffled consultation on the other end, Major Gentry's voice returned. It was now tight with suppressed tension. Yellow alert confirmed, 41. Radar tracking priority 1. I want continuous range and bearing data fed to the plotters. Do not lose that blip, Finch. Do you understand? Understood, Major. We have the lock. Arthur hung up the phone. The physical act of letting the heavy receiver drop back onto the hook felt like releasing a massive weight. He looked at Holly's. The sergeant was already at the plotting table, his cigarette forgotten. He was marking Arthur's coordinates on the large, illuminated map that covered one wall of the bunker. A pencil marked a tiny, clean dot on the grid, miles out over the Pacific. This tiny dot was now the most important point in the entire defense of the western United States. The yellow alert meant that the great, sleeping military machine of Los Angeles was stirring. Men were stumbling out of warm beds. Engine crews were racing to aircraft. And most importantly, the heavy, 3-inch anti-aircraft guns in the parks and hills were being loaded, aimed, and given their first set of firing coordinates. Arthur returned his gaze to the green screen. The blip was now 85 miles out. It was moving slowly, yes, but it was moving implacably. He imagined the blip as a conscious entity. It was not panicked. It was not rushing. It was simply following a predetermined course, a course that ignored the rising panic of the tiny, furious humans below. The hum of the radar now seemed to change its rhythm. It was a nervous, excited sound. The machine itself seemed to know its moment of reckoning had arrived. Arthur took up the stylus again, his eyes aching with focus. His life had just been reduced to measuring the distance between his own anxiety and the silent, approaching unknown. The only thing left to do was watch the blip move closer, and wait for the sound of the red alert, the siren scream that would truly wake the city. The yellow alert was not chaos, it was controlled frenzy. The relative quiet of the SCR-268 bunker, the space Arthur had come to know as his solitary electronic sanctuary, was violently interrupted. Doors slammed. Boots scraped on concrete. Captain Davies, the stern commander, arrived moments after Major Gentry confirmed the alert. He brought with him a team of 3 enlisted men, a plotter, a field maintenance expert, and a signal runner who stood by the phone, ready to relay messages faster than Arthur could dial. The low hum of the radar was now joined by a cacophony of human activity. The nervous chatter of the new arrivals, the sharp, metallic clicks of the field maintenance man checking the wiring, the incessant, high-pitched ping of the phone receiver being lifted and replaced. Arthur was still seated at the primary console, but he was no longer alone in his terror. He felt a sudden, intense focus from everyone in the room. He was the eye through which the city saw its impending doom. Finch. Captain Davies barked, leaning close, his breath hot and smelling of pipe tobacco. Give me the coordinates every 60 seconds. No deviation, no static. The coast guns are on high alert. You are their sight. Yes, Captain, Arthur replied, his voice a strained whisper. He had to force the external noise, the shuffling, the talking, the ringing, into a distant background, allowing only the rhythmic sweep of the green line to penetrate his focus. The blip was now 75 miles out. He marked the coordinates on the screen with his stylus, a small, bright point of light. The plotter immediately translated this into a physical dot on the large map, tracing a straight, clean line across the grid. And this is where the non-conventional behavior of the blip began to generate frantic confusion among the higher ranks. Arthur expected the enemy aircraft, if that's what it was, to change course, to climb or dive, to execute a complex maneuver designed to confuse the rudimentary radar. That was standard operating procedure for every reconnaissance flight. But the blip did none of these things. It held its course with a chilling, almost unnatural precision. The dot on the plotting map followed a straight, perfect vector pointed directly at the heart of the Los Angeles basin. Furthermore, its velocity remained constant. It was slow, frustratingly slow. Too slow for a modern pursuit plane, too fast for a conventional blimp. It was moving at a pace that suggested it had all the time in the world. It was not running, it was observing. Arthur found himself struggling to log the data. He was constantly checking his dials, convinced the speed sensor was faulty. "Speed check, Finch," Davies demanded. Still 52 knots, Captain," Arthur reported. Davies slammed his hand onto the table. 52 knots, that's a biplane. It's a damned observation balloon. Why aren't they trying to evade? This was the first hint of the official contradiction that would haunt the event for decades. The data refused to fit the enemy profile. The maintenance expert, a jittery man named Henderson, spoke up. "Captain, the atmospheric inversion is thick tonight. We could be reading a secondary return. Maybe a flock of birds magnified by the cold air." "Flocks of birds don't fly in a perfect straight line for 80 miles, Henderson," Davies snapped. "And they don't produce a return that's strong." Arthur kept silent, but his internal world was screaming agreement with Henderson. He wanted it to be birds. He wanted it to be a weather return. He tried to rationalize the data. Perhaps it was a decoy. A large, unpiloted drone, slow-moving and designed to draw the fire and reveal the positions of the coastal batteries. A trick designed to bait the guns. That was the most terrifying, yet militarily logical, explanation. But then the blip performed its first subtle act of defiance, not in speed but in structure. As the object crossed the 60-mile mark, Arthur watched the spike on his screen closely. It seemed to flicker, not in brightness but in width. For a split second, the single, clean spike seemed to broaden, as if the object had momentarily split into two, or perhaps revealed a vast, reflective surface. Then it snapped back to a singular return. Arthur blinked hard. He thought of his glasses. The strain on his eyes was immense. He reported the anomaly. "Contact at 60 miles, Captain. Minor fluctuation in signal width. Possible momentary split return. Now singular again." Davies was leaning over the plotter. "Plotter, did you see 2 dots?" "Negative, sir. Single track, perfect vector." Arthur felt the chilling confirmation of his own solitude. The radar, his machine, had seen something the plotter's map could not quantify. It was a momentary glimpse into a reality that defied the grid. He knew that if he continued to report these subtle, contradictory details, he risked being relieved of duty, replaced by a man who would only report what the military wanted to see. He gripped his stylus so hard his knuckles turned white. He had a duty to the truth of the screen. He watched the blip continue its slow, methodical march. 55 miles, 50 miles. The internal pressure was now immense. He could hear the nervous voices around him rising in pitch. The telephones were ringing constantly. The red alert threshold was approaching fast, the point at which the military committed fully, lighting up the sky and preparing to fire. He had to be absolutely certain. He reached for the fine-tuning knob beneath his primary scope. He adjusted the frequency slightly, trying to filter out any possible ground clutter or atmospheric distortion. The screen momentarily went blank with static, then returned. The blip was still there, stronger than ever, 45 miles. It was no longer an anomaly, it was a commitment. Arthur looked at the distance on the chart. He thought of the sleeping city, the darkened homes, the families huddled behind blacked-out windows. They were depending on his exhausted 22-year-old judgment. He tracked the blip as it crossed the 40-mile line. At this distance, even a subtle atmospheric distortion would have broken up. A flock of birds would have scattered. A human pilot, seeing the yellow alert searchlights being prepared in the distance, would have executed a desperate, evasive turn. This object did none of that. It was either supremely confident or it was not afraid of the fire. Arthur suddenly understood the feeling of the great silence. The object was not reacting because it was not threatened. It was a predator, closing slowly, quietly, patiently. 35 miles. Captain Davies was no longer shouting. He was standing directly behind Arthur, his breathing heavy and audible. "Finch," Davies whispered, "you are confirming this track is still clean, still solid." "Confirmed, Captain," Arthur said, his voice now entirely steady, the tremor finally gone, replaced by a cold certainty. "Tracking a singular, high-strength return, maintaining speed and perfect vector." Davies closed his eyes for a brief moment. Arthur saw the weight of the order settle onto his shoulders. The blip crossed the 30-mile threshold. This was the final, predetermined line. Beyond this point, any confirmed enemy target meant immediate, full-scale engagement. The red alert was mandated. Davies reached for the red telephone, the line that connected directly to the Air Defense Command Center. "Air Command, this is Station 41. Davies' voice was strained but powerful. "Target confirmed inside the 30-mile perimeter. We are declaring red alert. Repeat, red alert." He slammed the phone down. A second later, a loud, heavy switch clicked on the main power board near the door. And then it came. The sound that tore through the electric hum of the bunker and the deep quiet of the night. It was the city's scream. A sudden, jarring, mechanical wail, rising in pitch, shuddering through the concrete walls, vibrating in Arthur's chest. It was the sound of the entire defense system unlocking its fear and letting it loose over the rooftops. The red alert siren. It was not a distant, muffled alarm. It was an overwhelming, terrifying presence. The air outside the bunker was instantly filled with the agonizing sound of thousands of engines powering up, the sharp clank of metal on metal as the great guns of the coast swung into position. Arthur did not look up from his screen. He was now fully committed to the machine, his own body an inert part of the system. The blip was now 28 miles out. It was about to fly directly into the eye of the storm. The scream of the siren was the sound of the entire city holding its breath. It was a piercing, inhuman wail that echoed off the concrete walls of the bunker, drowning out the precise, steady hum of the radar equipment. It was the sound of fear, finally weaponized. The room around Arthur Finch, already crowded, now seemed to shrink. The air became thick with the smell of sweat and the desperate energy of men preparing for sudden, violent action. Captain Davies was shouting orders into the red phone, his voice hoarse, demanding confirmation from the anti-aircraft units. "Battery 6, you have the coordinates from Station 41. I want a clear visual lock. Engage on my mark." The red alert meant no more second-guessing. It meant the time for scientific analysis was over, and the time for overwhelming force had begun. Arthur, though, was still trapped in the world of the screen. He was the only man in the room whose duty was still one of cold, precise observation, even as the world outside was melting into chaos. He was the anchor of the defense, and the focus required was absolute. The blip was closing fast now, having crossed the 25-mile mark. He felt the tremors begin in the earth. Not from the radar equipment, but from the activation of the large generators powering the searchlights and the massive recoil mechanisms of the guns, stationed on the nearby hills. It was a low, guttural growl that resonated through the soles of his boots. Arthur was giving coordinates to the plotter in short, sharp bursts. Bearing 019, range 23 miles. Elevation 38 degrees. The plotter, his pencil flying across the illuminated map, was translating the abstract numbers into a lethal reality. The gun barrels, miles away, were tilting, following the invisible track laid down by Arthur's hand. The blip itself was now showing the most concerning change of all. As the object crossed the 20-mile mark, the spike on the radar screen did not simply grow brighter, it broadened. It became a thick, heavy line, suggesting the target was much, much larger than initially estimated, or perhaps had changed its reflective geometry. It was no longer a precise, singular point. It was a substantial, looming presence. Arthur reported the change instantly. Captain, target broadening. Signal width is increasing. Estimate large surface area. Davies leaned over Arthur's console, his face illuminated by the green glow etched with alarm. Can you resolve it, Finch? Is it a formation? 15 planes like we suspected. Arthur stared, his tired eyes trying to force coherence onto the chaotic light. The spike was too clean for a formation. A group of planes would create multiple distinct overlapping returns. This was a single massive smooth spike. Negative, sir, it is not scattering. It is a singular broad return, consistent shape. It is large. The word large felt inadequate. The return suggested a physical object of colossal dimensions, far beyond anything the Japanese were known to possess. It felt like something out of science fiction, not wartime reality. But the captain had no time for science fiction. He needed a target for the guns. He needed assurance that they were not firing at a flock of unfortunate magnified sea birds. It's the decoy, Davies growled, deciding on the most militarily plausible lie available. A glider-borne decoy designed to look massive and draw the fire. They want to expose our positions. We will oblige them. Finch, I want one more set of coordinates. Give them the absolute center of that damn thing. Arthur took the final set of readings. His concentration narrowed down to a single hyper-focused point in time and space. The relentless sweep of the line, the thickening blip. Bearing 017, range 17 miles. Elevation 35 degrees. Lock established. He pushed the stylus into the center of the blip, holding it there for a single long second. That was the last piece of information the gunners needed. Davies snatched up the command phone. The siren continued its terrifying scream outside. All batteries, Davies shouted into the phone, his voice shaking with the effort of projection. Target confirmed. Range 17 miles. Visible lock confirmed. Prepare to fire. The signal runner stood frozen, waiting for the final, terrible word. Henderson, the maintenance man, had retreated to the corner, his hands clamped over his ears, watching the electrical equipment tremble. Sergeant Hollies, however, stood tall, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, waiting. Arthur kept his eyes locked on the screen. The blip was now so close, so massive, it seemed to dominate the outer rim of the scope. He had never heard the big anti-aircraft guns fire live rounds before. He had only heard the muted thump of drills and the distant crack of target practice. He was about to experience the sound of true war fired by his own side, aimed at a ghost his machine had conjured. Davies took a final, ragged breath, his face pale with responsibility. Fire! The word was instantly obliterated. It was not a sound. It was an impact. The ground beneath the bunker bucked violently, a massive, instantaneous shove upward. A deafening, physical concussion slammed into the structure, a roaring wave of sound pressure that felt like being struck in the chest with a giant, invisible fist. The vibrations were immediate and shattering. The bare light bulb above the console swung wildly, casting dizzying shadows. Dust, loosened from years in the ceiling, rained down onto Arthur's head and shoulders. The air in the small room was instantly charged with an immense, terrifying energy. Arthur's ears were immediately overwhelmed, replaced by a high-pitched, painful ringing that drowned out the still wailing siren. The radar screen flickered violently, the green light briefly fracturing and twisting under the tremendous acoustic shock. Arthur felt his hand slide on the console as he struggled to keep his seat. The first volley of anti-aircraft shells, heavy, 3-inch rounds loaded with delay fuses and high explosives, was now shrieking into the night sky, their sound swallowed almost instantly by the rapid, percussive boom-boom-boom of the continuously firing batteries. Arthur could not hear anything but the ringing in his skull and the incessant, physical shockwave of the guns. He could only see the screen, which was now filled with a blinding, confusing array of static and light. The blip, the singular, impossible track that had consumed his fear and duty for the past 2 hours, was still there, caught in the chaos. It was exactly where it was supposed to be, right at the end of the line, caught in the silent, terrifying heart of the fiery storm he had helped unleash. The Battle of Lowe's Angels had begun. Chapter 2. A Blip in the Storm. The first sound Arthur Finch heard was the sound of everything breaking. The continuous anti-aircraft barrage was not a rhythmic series of explosions, but a single, prolonged, monstrous detonation. The bunker, built to withstand light shelling, was now being hammered by the backwash of its own furious defense. The concussion was absolute. It did not just deafen, it physically assaulted. The ringing in Arthur's ears immediately rose to a blinding, high-pitched shriek. He felt the pain deep inside his sinus cavities, behind his eyes. His teeth ached. The concrete floor beneath him was no longer steady. It vibrated violently, a constant, low tremor that made his bones rattle inside his skin. The siren's wail, still screaming outside, was now just a distant, irritating vibration layered beneath the crushing sound of the artillery. Arthur's gaze remained fixed on the radar screen, but the neat, clean world of the green scope, the world he had mastered, was gone. It was replaced by chaos. The explosions of the high-explosive shells, detonating miles above the city, released massive bursts of energy and ionized gases. This created intense electromagnetic interference, what the operators called clutter. The screen was awash in noise. Instead of a clean sweep, the green line was obscured by countless spikes, static and shimmering blobs of false data. It looked like the screen was filled with heavy, electronic snow, bright and confusing. The sweeping line would encounter a burst of static, and the resulting spike would momentarily blind Arthur, leaving a ghost image burned onto his retina. Captain Davies, forced to shout directly into Arthur's ear to be heard, was leaning over the console, his face red and desperate. "Finch, can you see the blip? Are you tracking it?" Arthur shook his head slightly, a small, futile motion. He couldn't speak. He couldn't hear his own thoughts. His entire being was focused on filtering the raw, overwhelming deluge of noise. His job had changed entirely. It was no longer about detection, it was about extraction. He tried to rely on the rhythm of the blip, the precise, slow cadence of its approach that he had internalized over the last 2 hours. He knew, mathematically, where the blip should be. He watched the static-filled screen. He waited for the line to sweep across the 17-mile mark. And there, deep within the confusion, almost obscured entirely by the brilliant, chaotic spikes of the explosions, he found it. It was no longer a strong, solid spike. It was a faint, almost pitiful shadow of a return. A single, consistent signal buried beneath the noise of 1,000 anti-aircraft shells. It was too steady. It was too predictable. It was the only signal that wasn't random noise. "I have the track, Captain," Arthur managed to rasp, his throat dry and tight. "The interference is extreme. It's a faint signal, but it's still moving inbound. Bearing 015. Range 16 miles. The captain grabbed the handset of the command phone, his movements jerky and desperate. "Filter board, station 41 is still tracking the target. 015, 16 miles. They are holding fire, they are holding fire." The implication hung heavy in the smoke-filled air. The object, whatever it was impervious to the initial, overwhelming volley. The heavy artillery, designed to rip enemy planes into metallic confetti, had fired directly into the heart of the target zone, and the target was still moving. This failure of destruction was the first truly chilling realization. Arthur now dedicated himself to the art of filtering. He used his knowledge of the SCR-268 to adjust the receiver gain, dampening the power just enough to eliminate the random, smaller explosion echoes, allowing the strong, persistent signature of the original target to become marginally clearer. He saw the blip again. Range 15 miles. And then, the external reports began to flood the bunker, pouring through the main signal runner, who was shouting them at Captain Davies. These reports were the visual confirmation from the searchlight batteries. Battery 3 reports visual lock. Object is solid, appears metallic, massive size. Battery 9 reports shell bursts are around the object. No change in trajectory, it's still there. Battery 7 reports the target is hovering. The word, hovering, landed in the bunker like a cold stone. In the logic of 1942 military aviation, nothing capable of absorbing that fire could also simply stop in midair. Arthur looked at his screen. The blip was not hovering on the radar. It was continuing its slow, unwavering path towards the city center. The discrepancy between the visual reports hovering and the electronic track moving only deepened the nightmare. Maybe the visuals are wrong, Arthur thought, his mind trying to clutch onto the cold logic of the machine. The searchlights are playing tricks. It's the smoke, the glare, but the reports were insistent. They were terrified. They were uniform in their contradiction of known physics. The barrage continued. The boom, boom, boom was relentless. The air in the bunker felt used up and hot, smelling of burnt electricity and the anxiety of the men. Arthur's head throbbed, threatening to split apart with every shockwave. He tracked the blip to 12 miles. It was now directly over the western edge of the city limits, moving over the darkened neighborhoods. The fire commander, Major Gentry, was back on the line, screaming at Davies. "The target is turning, Davies. It's changing course. Get the new bearing immediately." Arthur reacted instantly. He watched the blip. The object was no longer following the perfect, straight vector. At 12 miles, it had executed a subtle but definite, smooth curve. It was not a violent, panic turn. It was a slow, majestic, deliberate sweep away from the core military zones, heading north toward Hollywood and the San Fernando Valley. It was a maneuver that solidified Arthur's final, chilling realization. The object was controlled, intelligent, and unconcerned with the efforts to destroy it. It wasn't running away. It was simply continuing its observation route, slightly adjusting its path to exit the intense field of fire, proving it was aware of the hostile environment without being damaged by it. Bearing 010, speed increasing slightly. It's on a northbound vector. Arthur shouted, his voice rough and loud, finally cutting through the ringing in his ears. Davies grabbed the microphone, his hands shaking. "All batteries, re-aim. Target has executed a turn. Follow the radar track. Keep firing. Do not stop." The guns paused for a desperate, terrifying moment. A brief, agonizing silence that felt louder than the explosions, as the massive barrels adjusted their aim. And then the thunder returned, shifting its focus slightly north, chasing the electronic phantom Arthur had found in the static. Arthur looked at the blip. Now that it was moving out of the most intense field of fire, its signal strength was returning. It was still thick, still massive, still there. He was the only person who knew that the true terror of the night was not the fire they were throwing up, but the serene, indifferent patience of the object moving through it. He was tracking the physical manifestation of the impossible. The initial shock of the barrage gave way to a state of sustained, throbbing agony. The noise was no longer a sudden impact. It was a constant, grinding pressure. The rapid-fire sequence of the 3-inch guns turned the bunker into an unbearable sonic chamber. Arthur's ears were filled with a high, relentless whine, a sound generated by the trauma to his auditory nerves that drowned out everything external. He could only perceive the reality of the firing through his body. Every concussion was a shuddering punch to his sternum. The air itself seemed to oscillate, hot and cold, metallic and stale. The whole room felt like the inside of a massive, ringing bell. His world shrank to the green-lit console, his field of vision narrowed by exhaustion and pain. He was moving on pure mechanical instinct, a machine performing a duty. The target was now moving north, gliding over the residential areas of the San Fernando Valley. This meant the defense batteries were forced to continuously adjust their aim, chasing the phantom across the entire breadth of the darkened city. The irony was not lost on the men in the bunker, even amidst their terror. The American military was scattering shrapnel and high explosives across American suburbs, dictated by the slow, deliberate pace of the unidentified object. The enemy was not fighting, it was merely leading. Captain Davies had abandoned the telephone. He now paced a shallow rut in the concrete floor, his hands clamped over his ears, his face a mask of furious, terrified confusion. "How is it doing that, Finch?" Davies screamed, the words distorted and muted by the roar of the guns. "It's an 8-mile turn, a perfect arc. What kind of plane glides like that under maximum load?" Arthur could only shake his head. He knew the answer, or at least, he knew the terrifying implication. It was a machine designed for environments they did not yet understand. He forced his mind to focus on the numbers. 008, 11 miles, still a massive, smooth return. The gunners were throwing every shell they had at the coordinate, painting the sky with explosions. Yet the electronic signature of the blip remained unbroken. The sheer volume of shell bursts created a visible chaos on the screen. The interference was so intense that the sweeping line looked like a jagged electrical saw blade. Tracking the real blip now felt less like reading data and more like hallucinating a pattern in white noise. And then the impossible happened. As the blip approached the 10-mile mark, the maximum effective range of a visual sighting from the coastline, it simply vanished. One sweep, the fat, strong spike was there, defying the explosions. The next sweep, nothing. Only the chaotic, random noise of the shell bursts. The area where the blip should have been was empty, a clean, silent space amidst the static. Arthur froze, his breath hitched, turning into a painful wheeze in his throat. "Captain," Arthur yelled, the effort ripping his voice raw. "Target lost, range 10 miles, it's gone." Davies stopped his pacing instantly. Hollis rushed to the console, staring over Arthur's shoulder. "Interference, Finch, it's the smoke. The explosions are blinding the screen. Track the trajectory." Davies barked. Arthur tried. He directed the line to sweep the surrounding airspace. He adjusted the gain, desperate to find the faintest ghost. He tried every setting he knew. The blip was not there. The sudden silence from the radar console was horrifying. For several agonizing minutes, the massive, deafening barrage continued, the guns firing relentlessly into an empty, pre-calculated space. They were firing at a memory. They were firing at nothing. Davies grabbed the command phone, shouting the order, "Cease fire, cease fire." "Target is no longer visible. I repeat, the airspace is clear. All batteries hold your fire." The relief was instant, absolute, and overwhelming. The thunder stopped. The shockwaves ceased. The high, painful ringing in Arthur's ears was now the dominant sound, but the silence beneath it felt like a miracle. But then, before the command center could even officially declare the all-clear, Arthur saw it. It happened on the 5th sweep after the blip had vanished. A faint, small flicker of light appeared on the screen, far to the north, near the outer edge of the screen, about 40 miles out. It was moving slowly, calmly, on a new, high-altitude vector, heading out over the mountains and away from the coast. It was too small to be the massive target they had been tracking, but it was in the exact direction of the previous trajectory. Arthur had barely opened his mouth to report the new contact when the command phone on the desk began to ring urgently. It was not the main line. It was the direct line from the filter board. Davy snatched it up. Arthur watched the color drain from the captain's face as he listened. Davies lowered the receiver, his eyes wide and vacant. "The Navy is reporting it was a weather balloon," Davies whispered, the official line now delivered directly to his ear. "They say it was atmospheric interference compounded by the submarine scare. They are ordering an immediate, full-scale shift in all reporting. All initial data is to be considered invalid." Arthur stared at the screen, at the ghost of the blip that had momentarily vanished only to reappear, now small and safe, heading for the edge of the screen. The military, unable to destroy the impossible, was now trying to destroy the truth. The silence in the bunker was terrible. It was the silence of men who had just expended the military might of a city against a lie they were now ordered to perpetuate. Arthur looked at the small, faint blip, moving silently away. It had returned only when the shelling stopped, as if waiting for the foolish, loud humans to exhaust themselves. The vanishing act was not a defect of the radar. It was a conscious choice by the object. He knew he couldn't report the new blip. He knew the war was over, not by victory, but by administrative decree. He was sitting in the smoking ruins of a battlefield, staring at the evidence of an impossible visitor, while the man next to him was ordering him to write a report about a balloon. Arthur looked at the fading blip one last time. It was heading toward the dark, empty void of the distant sky. It was safe. It had won. He slowly, methodically, reached for the power switch to the main radar array. The hum died instantly. The green screen faded to absolute black. The final piece of evidence of the impossible night vanished into the silent, cold void. The profound silence that followed the ceasefire was not restful. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket that pressed down on the throbbing nerves and concussed minds of the men in the bunker. It was the sound of a city holding its breath, listening for the next threat that would never come. Arthur Finch finally released the stylus he had gripped for over 2 hours. His fingers were stiff claws locked around the metal casing. He slowly pulled his hand away, and the weight of his exhaustion hit him. His body slumped, an inert thing drained of all energy. His ears were still consumed by the high, unrelenting ringing. The room looked like a wreck. Dust and concrete particles covered every surface. Wires had been yanked loose. Captain Davies, his uniform now soiled and his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, was speaking in hushed, urgent tones with the other officers. The panic had passed, replaced by the grim, tedious necessity of damage control. Arthur slowly stood up. His knees wobbled. He felt a deep, piercing pain behind his eyes. He walked to the water cooler and gulped down 2 cups of metallic-tasting water. The cold liquid was the first clean thing he had experienced in hours. When he turned back, Captain Davies was standing before him, holding a sheaf of official forms and a clipboard. Davies' face was now carefully blank, stripped of the desperation of command. It was the face of a man determined to follow orders, no matter the cost to the truth. "Finch," the captain said, his voice muted, sounding like it came from inside a tin can due to Arthur's damaged hearing. "Listen to me closely. You are to write your final report now. Sergeant Hollies will assist you with the final log entries." Arthur nodded, waiting for the instructions. He expected an order to focus on the interference, the static, the difficulty of the lock. He was wrong. Davies leaned closer, ensuring no one else heard the exact command. "The initial contact," Davies said, emphasizing the phrase, "was a weather balloon caught in a temperature inversion. The extreme atmospheric distortion and the general state of war nerves led to a misidentification and a cascade failure among the batteries." Arthur blinked, trying to process the explicit lie. But Captain, the blip, it was massive. It vanished. It reappeared 40 miles away unaffected. The data. Davies cut him off with a stare that held the full, cold weight of military authority. The data, Private, was compromised by electromagnetic interference from the high explosives. The appearance of a massive object was a visual halo effect generated by the converging searchlights, magnified by distortion. Your final log must reflect this analysis. He tapped the clipboard. You will document a clear sighting of a weather balloon near the Elwood coast at 0130 hours. All subsequent readings that suggested non-conventional speed or maneuvers are to be logged as unreliable signal clutter. Arthur felt a sudden, profound loneliness. He was being ordered to erase the most terrifying, most extraordinary event of his life, replacing it with the most tedious, most benign explanation. Do you understand your orders, Private? Davies asked, his voice low and firm. Arthur looked at the blank, fading screen of his radar console. He looked at the clipboard. He looked at the face of his commanding officer, a man choosing institutional necessity over individual honesty. He understood. He understood that the war had already created its necessary lies. I understand, Captain, Arthur replied, his voice flat. He signed the first required form, an acknowledgement of the chain of command, and then took the logbook from Sergeant Holly's. He spent the next hour meticulously crafting the lie, rewriting the numbers that spoke of a slow, impervious ghost into the numbers that spoke of a fast-drifting, harmless meteorological device. He recorded the initial sighting of the balloon. He deleted the log entries describing the broadening signal and the sudden, impossible reappearance 40 miles away. He knew that the official record would survive, but the truth of the screen, the quiet electronic signal he had seen with his own eyes, would not. But as he wrote, a silent, internal vow took shape in the dark corners of his weary mind. He could falsify the log, but he could never falsify the memory. The pain in his ears, the terror in his chest, the perfect, unconcerned path of the blip through the explosions, that evidence was his alone. He was the only true witness the object had. He finished the report, handed the clipboard back to Davies, and received permission to stand down. As Arthur walked out of the bunker, the cool, pre-dawn air hit him like a shock. The sirens had stopped entirely. The sky was turning a sickly gray, the color of old ashes. He looked down at the ground surrounding the base. The grass, the pavement, the rooftops, all were littered with the tangible proof of the night. Pieces of shell casings, jagged, dark fragments of American-made shrapnel. He paused and picked up a piece of the jagged metal. It was heavy and cold in his palm. It was a relic of the battle that the government had already declared never happened. He looked back at the ocean, now peaceful and calm under the rising light. The sun was coming up. The world was beginning to awaken to a newspaper headline that would tell them they had only shot at shadows. Arthur slipped the shrapnel fragment into his pocket. It was a tangible, heavy reminder. He was leaving the bunker, but the blip, the ghost he had tracked, was coming with him. It was a secret he would carry, quietly, for the rest of his life. The hum of the radar was gone, but the high, painful ringing in his ears remained. A personal, permanent testament to the night the impossible came to Lowe's angels. Chapter 3. Whispers in the Wires. The most difficult part of a great secret is not keeping it, but making the official lie sound more convincing than the terrifying truth. The morning of February 25, 1942, did not dawn brightly for Lowe's angels. It dawned in a mess of bureaucratic panic and newsprint. We follow Arthur Finch as he steps out of the trauma of the night and into the cold, surgical aftermath of the military cover-up. He carries the heavy fragment of shrapnel in his pocket, a silent, unauthorized witness to the truth. His ears still ring with the sound of the guns, the physical memory of the battle. Arthur's work in the bunker did not end with the fade of the radar screen. It simply shifted from tracking an object to erasing it. The hours immediately following the ceasefire were a frantic, localized battle fought over paperwork. The pressure was immense, focused entirely on the small, tired group of men who had been the primary electronic witnesses. Imagine the atmosphere in the bunker now. The silence is no longer contemplative, but accusatory. Captain Davies, driven by the mandate from the command center, became a relentless editor. "The Navy statement is clear," Davies repeated, pacing before the plotting board. "It was one stray weather balloon. Our procedures were sound, but our identification was faulty. We reacted to the threat of the I-17 submarine and the high state of alarm." He was not addressing the men. He was addressing the paper. He was rewriting history in the bunker, making sure the final narrative was clean, concise, and absolved the leadership of gross error. Arthur was tasked with integrating the revised data into the official logs. This required an act of intellectual dishonesty that felt almost as painful as the constant ringing in his ears. He had to meticulously adjust the recorded speed of the contact. From 50 knots too slow for a military plane, too fast for a conventional weather balloon, to an acceptable slow drift that matched the expected trajectory of a balloon caught in a high-altitude current. He had to eliminate the entries showing the contact growing larger at 15 miles and remove the zero data segments where the blip had vanished entirely, replacing them with smooth, projected coordinates. It was an exercise in falsifying consistency. Sergeant Hollies, Arthur's quiet anchor, sat next to him, supervising the process. Hollies' face was weary but resigned. He was a career man. He understood that the truth of the war was rarely what happened, but what was officially reported. "Just make it clean, Finch," Hollies muttered, not looking up from his own maintenance reports. "Make the logs match the press release. Our job is to defend the line, not just with guns, but with paper." Arthur felt a deep, wrenching moral conflict. He was a private citizen in a uniform, asked to betray the cold, hard logic of his own senses. The truth of the screen was a silent, unshakable memory, constantly contradicted by the forged handwriting on the forms before him. He knew that if he simply wrote, "Target was impervious, massive, and moved with intelligence," the logs would be rejected. He would be court-martialed for dereliction of duty, and the official lie would win anyway. He was forced to become the first custodian of the secret. As the morning wore on, the whispers in the wires, the frantic phone calls and teletype messages, became the only real news of the outside world that reached the bunker. The signal runner was constantly relaying truncated, contradictory reports from the filter board, which was clearly melting down under the pressure of media inquiry. First whisper. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox was preparing a statement, ready to drop the official axe. He needed a clear, clean answer by noon. The pressure was immense. Second whisper. The War Department was feuding internally. The Army, responsible for the anti-aircraft units, was pushing back, insisting that the radar track was too strong, too sustained to be just a balloon. They were arguing for the official statement to include the possibility of a Japanese reconnaissance plane. This division at the highest level was a strange form of validation for Arthur. Even the generals couldn't agree on the nature of the Phantom. The contradiction gave his own secret a small, protected space to breathe. Arthur finished the final log entry, meticulously making the electronic trace look like the trajectory of a wayward meteorological device pushed by shifting winds. He then had to sign a final, short affidavit, a statement swearing to the truth of his entries and concluding with the mandated phrase, "The identified object was a weather balloon." He signed his name, Arthur Finch, in a small, shaky script beneath the lie. He felt the cold, heavy fragment of shrapnel in his pocket, a silent ballast against the lightness of the lie he had just authored. The real chaos, however, was outside the military loop, in the world of the printing press. Later that afternoon, when Arthur was finally released for a few hours of rest, his body aching, his mind reeling, he saw the afternoon edition of the Los Angeles Times. The headline was huge, dominating the page, placed directly above the now famous photograph of the searchlights converging. The photo itself, with the distinct dark shape caught in the glare, seemed to scream the lie. The caption beneath the photo read in bold type, "Mystery Airplane SCORES own hits," but the accompanying articles offered the official spin. One piece quoted the Army. It was a warning flight designed to test our defenses. Another, placed right next to it, quoted Secretary Knox, the Navy. "There is no evidence of enemy aircraft. It was a false alarm caused by a weather balloon." The papers did not clarify the truth. They simply presented the warring factions of the cover-up. The sheer audacity of the conflicting reports cemented the public's certainty that they were being deliberately lied to. Arthur stood on the quiet street, the siren silence broken only by the crunch of car tires driving over the glass and debris, and realized the immense power of a simple lie when told by men in positions of power. The confusion created a vacuum, and the void was instantly filled not with official truth, but with whispered rumors. He walked past a group of neighbors sweeping up the mess. They weren't talking about balloons. They were talking about the size of the thing. They were talking about how the searchlights couldn't shake it. They were talking about the possibility of a secret Japanese superweapon. The media had failed to deliver the truth, but it had successfully delivered the mystery. Arthur returned to the barracks, the shrapnel cold in his hand. He was exhausted, but he couldn't sleep. The ringing in his ears was a constant, high-pitched reminder that he was now one of the few men alive who knew the official record was nothing more than an elaborate piece of fiction. He had traded his honesty for a piece of the secret, and the secret, he knew, was far heavier than the shrapnel in his pocket. It would stay with him long after the sounds of the sirens had faded completely. The immediate shock of the Battle of Los Angeles subsided, but for Arthur Finch, the event did not end. It merely transformed from external catastrophe into internal, chronic stress. The bunker became a place of enforced silence. The radar still hummed, the line still swept, but the tension was no longer one of anticipation. It was one of paranoia. The men knew what they had seen, and they knew the severity of the lie they were now forced to maintain. Every new blip, every unexpected return was met not with alert, but with an immediate, weary glance toward Captain Davies, who would invariably shake his head, a silent command to ignore anything that did not conform to the new, prescribed reality. The relationship between Arthur and his machine, the SCR-268, was fundamentally broken. It was no longer a reliable partner providing an objective truth. It was a witness that had been silenced, its testimony edited and distorted to serve the war effort. Arthur learned to distrust his own perception. Was the blip truly impervious? Or was the strain of the night so great that my optic nerves distorted the signal return? He would repeat the questions internally, a desperate attempt to find a logical escape from the truth he had signed away. But the escape never came. His trauma manifested in two tangible ways, both constant reminders of the night. The first was the tinnitus. The high-pitched, persistent ringing in his ears never faded. It was not always loud, but it was always present. It was a pure, high, electronic tone, a sound that overlaid the natural sounds of the world. It was the permanent echo of the anti-aircraft barrage, the noise of 1,000 shells exploding around the object his radar had tracked. This ringing was Arthur's scar. It was the physical evidence unique to him that the battle was real, violent, and devastating. He could not turn it off. It was the incessant whisper of the truth, repeating the single word, liar, liar, liar. The second reminder was the shrapnel. The jagged fragment of anti-aircraft shell he had picked up outside the bunker remained in his pocket. He rarely took it out, but he constantly felt its presence. It was heavy, cold, and sharp, a physical, undeniable piece of the ordnance that failed to destroy the target. When the anxiety of the bunker became too much, Arthur would press the heavy metal through the fabric of his pocket, using the cold, sharp point to ground himself. The coldness was real. The metal was real. The battle was real. The weight of this secret began to isolate him. He knew he couldn't speak to anyone about the truth of the blip, not to Holly's, who was too resigned, and certainly not to his parents in Kansas, who only received carefully censored letters full of false cheer. He developed a silent, watchful quality. He watched the other men in the bunker, convinced they were all watching him, waiting for him to break the fragile compact of silence. But the isolation was worst when he went into the city. The confusion that the official contradiction had created spread quickly through Lowe's Angels. The newspapers, after printing the initial conflicting statements, backed off, pressured by the military to maintain public order. But the public did not back off. The rumors began to shift, evolving from the initial, understandable fear of the Japanese. At first, the whispers were of a Japanese superplane, a high-altitude armored reconnaissance glider, a brilliant feat of enemy engineering. But as the days turned into weeks, and the full extent of the military's denial sunk in, the rumors became stranger. Why would the Japanese use an aircraft they couldn't control? Why would they fly so slowly? Why did every witness say the object was shaped like a huge, silent disk? Arthur started to hear the new whispers on the radio, in the ration lines, and among the civilian workers who came to clean the barracks. They were no longer talking about enemy planes. They were talking about things that were not of this earth. The fear of the known enemy slowly morphed into the fear of the unexplained. The legend of the flying saucer, a term that would not become common until 5 years later, was already being quietly birthed in the confusion following the battle. Arthur would listen to the wild theories about objects from space, about visitors who watched the folly of human warfare, and feel a cold dread wash over him. He was the keeper of the most vital piece of evidence, the electronic track. He knew the object was not a Japanese plane. He had tracked its unearthly pace, its immune persistence, and its impossible vanishing act. The irony was crushing. He, the man who knew the truth, was forced to sign the lie that allowed the world's most incredible theories to flourish. His silence was the fuel for the conspiracy. Every time he heard a wild new theory, he wanted to shout, "It was real. I saw it on the screen." But it wasn't a plane. But he never could. The weight of the shrapnel in his pocket reminded him of the danger. The ringing in his ears reminded him of the cost. He realized the true burden of the lie was not guilt, but isolation. He was living two separate realities: the war effort, which demanded normalcy and denial, and the haunting reality of the silent, impervious visitor, which demanded an entire reevaluation of the human place in the universe. He was forever sealed off from easy conversation, from simple trust. He had witnessed the unexplainable, and then he had buried it, becoming a silent, haunted participant in the great secret that Lowe's Angels would never forget. He was living proof that the ghost in the sky was not a myth. And as the war stretched on, taking men from their bases and sending them overseas, Arthur found a strange kind of peace in his role. He was the only man maintaining the radar who knew the terrible reason the equipment had failed, not because of incompetence, but because the target was simply beyond human means to engage. He had become the keeper of a profound, cold secret, waiting for the day, if it ever came, when the truth could finally be shared. Until then, he only had the quiet companionship of the humming radar and the cold, heavy weight in his pocket. The military bureaucracy moved slowly, but it moved. As the initial fear of invasion subsided, and the official narrative of the weather balloon incident hardened into public record, the need for hypervigilance waned. The sensitive radar posts needed men whose integrity hadn't been compromised by impossible sightings. Arthur Finch was quietly transferred out of the SCR-268 bunker and scheduled for an honorable discharge due to non-critical skill requirements and the need to return farm labor to production. He knew the real reason. He was a dangerous witness, and the safest place for a dangerous witness was far away, buried in the anonymity of the American heartland. The transition from vigilance to civilian life was a long, anticlimactic period of waiting. Arthur spent his final weeks on the coast in a dull monotony of maintenance work, far from the green glow of the radar screen. This allowed him time to finally process the sensory onslaught of the night. He realized that the silence he now craved was impossible. The tinnitus, the high, insistent ringing, was a permanent tenant in his mind. It was the sound of the secret, a constant, internalized broadcast of the chaos that had been officially erased. He had one last night on the coast before his orders came through. He took an unauthorized walk back to the cliffside, near the concrete bunker that had been his world. The night was clear. The ocean was quiet. He stood where the antenna array rotated, and he looked up at the vast, star-filled dome of the Pacific sky. It was the same sky that had held the barrage, the same void that had carried the impervious visitor. Tonight it seemed vast, indifferent, and infinitely honest. Unlike the human world, the sky never lied. It simply contained all possibilities. He thought of the logbook he had signed, the clean, smooth trajectory he had penned that replaced the bizarre truth. He felt no remorse for the lie itself, only for the necessity of it. He had chosen peace over panic and duty over ego. His only remaining duty now was to his own truth. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the shrapnel fragment. He held the heavy, jagged metal in the pale moonlight. It was cool and solid. It was the one piece of evidence that could not be edited, signed away, or explained by atmospheric distortion. He stood there for a long time, the cold weight of the shrapnel and the relentless, high-pitched ringing in his ears providing a dual form of proof. He was the last man standing on the coast who knew that the Battle of Lowe's Angels was not a mistake. The next morning, Arthur boarded a train heading east. He did not look back at the city. He did not say goodbye to the officers. His departure was as quiet and clean as the final log entry he had been forced to write. As the train pulled away from the bustling, life-filled confusion of the California coast, heading across the desert and into the interior, Arthur slipped the shrapnel fragment into the bottom of his duffel bag, beneath his uniforms. He was going home to the simple honesty of the Kansas plains. He would trade the salt air and the high anxiety of the coast for the familiar scent of dry dust and the vast, uncomplicated expanse of the Midwestern sky. He would return to a world where the only things that truly mattered were the seasons and the land. But the silence of the plains would not be absolute. He would carry the relentless, high-pitched ringing with him. He would carry the memory of the immense, silent blip that had defied all human understanding. Private Arthur Finch was leaving the war, but he was taking the great secret of the Battle of Lowe's Angels with him. It was a secret he would keep, not out of military duty, but out of a deep, silent understanding that the truth he saw was too large for the world he was returning to. He closed his eyes, and the sound of the train on the tracks was muffled by the internal noise. The ringing continued, a faithful, constant echo of the night, the sky open to the impossible.